also work some cancer. Right. Potential. Interesting, and that's what you can't just target for embryos that are it's a fine for months of detention. Protester. Folks in their backpack. Probably don't fucking bird. Back up. Back up. Yeah. I'm still there. Yeah. 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 Last night. Yeah. Just cool. This is like yeah. Good idea. Yeah. On here. Every time I went back there, I was like, thank God that it's easy going. Reality smack of how important. Type. It's great. So, that. Yeah. You and Trump. A lot of Trump. The wrong. Because there's building towards the organization. People are extracting very little. The problem. Yeah, that's what I said. Fuck. Where's all the money going? I don't know. I know a lot of them. I know that they spent two these some wild. all the executives, but in the government, we're trying, right, or 100. Yeah, but he was okay. What happened? And there's other one. I'll see. By the way, bizarre stat or stats. One with the brain. That's next one. Next, yeah. What else is weird? brain. I thought that was like an end mark. So the image. Like right, but it's strange. And that could just be it's a long standing flag, everything. Israel, they were gathering it. Yeah, legal real employment things. Other is back and forth hard. As I said, they law is very yeah. They can that. Don't think they're so done. The houses. Yeah. Attorney Jessica Hall, home legally in the U.S. to work home. Found dead in her home. Google that. Yeah, twice. Yep. She got that. Respect. March recently. They did in the last two. But this is not an age. It's dangerous. There's for that now. Yeah. They're making the vaccine. So you can buy that. Florida. Yeah. TV a bunch. take the ball. He was just going. Was that okay? Research count or did you random was in the yeah like I think what's what saying control that was the I have finds me around sometimes. Yep, record voices on it. First go. Got two, three. My buddy John. It's from yep from COVID. Yep. So, my voice. Uh, what I that I'm not. There's a right. Business. In charge. Big is right on. Yeah. Tomography. That's describing yeah, but one supposedly discovered discovered it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's good. It's up. Talk to me. Yeah. Come on. it's not just shit. Because that's why these things. So what? That it but it was all crazy for so much more. So much more. I'm perfect. Put your phone away. And they got the camera out. Yeah, but everybody around me when I was taking pictures. Photographs or any type of electronic medicine. Whatever. Yeah. It wasn't in 2015. Everybody else was doing it. I went 19 bunch of photos. Totally taken by the fit. And for political figures being put Vatican. Oh, yeah. I was at the Swiss Code. Country. Yep. step. That's not all that. Yeah. It's one place where they walk out.
What's up, Tony Montana? I live in What's good evening for the wood shoot? You make $1 yet? All right. How many TikTok accounts do you make? Okay. All right. Yeah, dog. Why don't you just create a macro? You have all right. I can teach you how to make a macro. So, well, actually, shoot. Um, you have an Android phone. I know you have iOS, but you have an Android phone. An old, okay. That's what you really need. Because then you can get auto flickers on your phone. That will just press a button. And like, here's what mine do. They what you have to do is basically you press the button, it opens up the TikTok app, goes to a random email address creator so that you can verify the email. Then what it does is it puts that in, it puts in a password where I want it to be, goes forward, and then it is a captcha. You use the captcha, just choose a username. Once you choose the username, you can have it like populate the account with whatever picture you want, name it whatever you want, whatever you like to make one, and then it just closes that one and then starts a new one. And you just have it going in this rotation. And I literally have these things going, and then just whenever I look over, it's ready to create a new one. I just do a captcha and it's ready to go. And that's how you create a lot of. If you are creating like one, that's cool, but you want to create like 100. What okay, so hold on. All right, so we're gonna just price this bitch out. All right, approximately 5,000 dollars. I don't know what that normally costs you, but it's about $60. Is that okay? So you do better. Okay, so you gotta do this on that. But then why don't you just buy views? Just buy, I don't know, 50,000 views. How much? Okay. Okay. So okay, I mean, gotcha. I mean, just try. I don't know why you just I mean, you're trying one. Hundreds of these services. have enough money that you're able to buy views, buy followers at different places. And then once you find one that works, you can create these accounts all day long. Man, if you did one monetized account every single day for a month,
I think that's the goal. That's the right.
well,
And I can pretty much do it already. Like I can do it on pretty much like 1 2 days, 3 days max. Like, I would just go be motivating. Like I'm like whatever I make, 5,000 a week to follow each other.
yeah, I did that. It,
Yeah,
I mean, I did that with the house watch. It just, I don't want to say it's not worth it, but it's also a really easy way to get a whole band because all they have to do is just look. See who your followers are, stuff like that. Now you can change them up, but that's not work. You have to add individual pictures to them. They can always check to see what device you know, and if the devices are similar, then they're just
yeah. Yeah, I probably have to make do it all on what was that you said the other day? They get VPN and all server for all of them.
yes, yeah. So I mean, you don't need 1,000 accounts. You just need like 30 on it. So there's a big. If you're doing that, you just have to put on a. You just need to turn on a VPN. You create it from there. You basically and have the opportunity to create basically not this account, not like you'll have the opportunity to build that account, get it followers. Once it has whatever followers you want, then you create a new account, usually with different VPN. So they don't all look like they're coming from your house.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's you.
Is there different options with VPNs? I've heard that VPNs are like 600 a month or something.
Um, nobody wants in terms of apps because they offer anonymity.
Yeah,
There are some. I mean, there's a way that people are really just go to your local Starbucks or go to your local McDonald's or go to someplace that has home Wi-Fi for guests. Just go there, create a quick account, and then that's a completely different VPN.
so it's just when you bring that out, it doesn't matter if I'm making that out to the same Wi-Fi.
Well, it's not as identifiable. I do know you just use the VPN. And I know that okay, so you can you can practice with it a little bit. Um, so you don't necessarily well with like it depends what the benefit that you for what you're gonna need it. So you need it to be able to go live for 6 hours a day.
I want to do a mix. I want to do some accounts for live streaming, some accounts just for video posts.
Okay, so it's easier for just a video post than you can just do it your home Wi-Fi, but it's not that like it's, it does lead to some suspicion, but it's not necessarily enough suspicion to get account banned by any people are using VPNs everywhere in the world. I would say probably on TikTok, 20% of all users are using a VPN, and
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
so you just kind of have to use that 20%. Now, where it can run, you can run 20%. Just test it out. Is you're you go live and no one's watching you. You're like, what? Why isn't anybody watching me? And then you go to your normal IP, and you get 5,000 people watching. You're going to be like, okay, what happened here? Why is it that I had no success using a VPN and some success using my own IP address? That's what you're going to run into. Maybe someone previously on that VPN did some shady stuff, and now they got it flagged or something like that, but they simply don't run every VPN flag. And so it provides you with some community. And, that, hopefully it doesn't happen, but if you ever get flagged on any of your accounts, just go to another VPN and they'll never know the difference. Now, I can tell you, I created 1,000 accounts on the same IP address without any VPN. That was like 3 years ago. And I've never run into an issue. Um, like, basically having those, they're all still available. Can I use them still? No, just because, and the reason is, it, they're, the TikTok is like age 13 to 25. And I'm looking for people who are like 25 to 45. Those people are influencers. They have tens of thousands of followers. They're not just new people. I mean, yeah, there are some really viral, young creators, but that's not mine. That's not what I do. I don't really want to interact with children. That's not the demographic for which I'm going. I'm going for people who are writers and bloggers and have accumulated large followings on other social media platforms who find science to be very interesting. And so that's usually an older demographic. Um, but that is the side of it. I'm some really good people, some really good people in this Discord that way. The reason why I moved away from it really can be summarized in them forcing you to do a capture when you go live once an hour. That became too tedious because that meant I had to do. I couldn't sleep on the streets because nobody's doing the capture anymore in the middle of the night. Now there is a little way around this, and the way around it, from my understanding, is if you use a computer. Do you use your computer to go live, or is it only whenever you use? Okay, so I think you never use TikTok Studio.
I have another phone, and I didn't know I never used the computer.
Okay, so it does allow you to have some different options. Those would be okay. So, are you familiar with being able to share your screen on TikTok like a video game?
Yeah, I don't know how they do it.
Like, okay, so um, the app is on a phone. I think, if I recall, like they changed their metrics quite often, but because like you used to need 1,000 followers to go live, and I don't. And then I used to have 5,000 followers to be able to share your screen. But on a computer, it was only 3,000. So basically, you're able to show your screen, which can lead to much higher, um, much longer dwell time on your lives. What do I mean by that? No matter what you do on a live, unless you're a really hot girl, nobody's just like they're just gonna sway through and whatever. But if you're showing like a bunch of stuff at once, you're gonna go on photos around, and you can do that. So how you do it basically like OBS Studio, you can have your main screen, you can do whatever you want, but then you can have like a really serene like video going in the corner, just something cool, or somebody playing a video game that's interesting, or whatever you want. You can have like another thing that's showing, TikTok thoughts, whatever, just to get people's attention. Basically, the same that may be a benefit to you because someone like, um, okay, but with TikTok Studio, what I can tell you, and what I can do positive of it, is you can download it, use it, and they don't require you to do a capture based on the computer. So that means you can stay live for like 8 hours. But we'll run into an issue, and I run into an issue every time is that somebody doesn't like what you're doing, and they'll just flag your account like, what did I do? And it's for stupid stuff like, um, I got like, look, I've never gone hunting. I don't think I've ever known anybody to go hunting, but I'll get flagged for animal cruelty hunting, and I'll be like, what? What? How did you? I've never talked about that on my stream. Like that has nothing to do with what I do. But somebody will just take exactly that's stuff. Somebody will just pick like a random one, and then you can um you can appeal it, and I usually win those. But it's like a pain because you got to go through the appeal process, and that can take 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it's faster, but sometimes it's not, and or they think like what like oh, another one that I get nailed for quite often, probably more than any of them, is not the one because again I don't do that, but music. So I'll just have it written on in the background, and it will detect some kind of copyrighted music, and I'll get banned. Uh, and then it's a 3 day ban or whatever. I don't know how they make it. And so and it's difficult because especially if I'm sleeping, I can't I can't how would I say patrol that or whatever. I can't monitor that. So what I'll do is I'll have it complete time, just me sleeping, and you'll get nailed for just like I said, over if the more that you go live, for long periods of time, it's a much higher rate that you're going to get banned for whatever reason. So normally if you go live, let's say 1 hour a day, okay, that's great. That's basically a 1 in 24 hour chance that you're going to get banned. But if you're live 24 hours a day, that's a 24 times opportunity that you're going to get banned. And it's just it becomes very miserable as a streamer. I'm a fan of, for the most part, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. You go live, and so long as you're not live streaming the Super Bowl at HD quality, you're going to be okay. Now that doesn't necessarily mean you won't get strikes later on because of whatever reason, but they're not going to end your stream. Generally, they will for some things, but generally you're going to be okay. As opposed to TikTok, it's just right away you're going to get banned, whatever reason. They're very very sensitive. So what does that mean for you? It may be a benefit if you want. What's the big thing? Conversion.
Yeah, it is TikTok shop like the products right on the front, right on the live. So yeah, they don't have to go into the profile or check the link or anything. It's just right on the live. And yeah, it's really the violations. Yeah, that's part
Okay,
uh,
so when it comes to
yeah.
conversion, what's the best thing that you show to get converted?
Uh, well, really, it's different for every product. But I just don't get script that other affiliates are doing when I was working at the time. And really, what you can do on TikTok is point out that the sales right now, just got the tech rating and everything. Is all you can really do.
Okay, but there
Just
are
overcome that process.
okay, but I mean, there are probably more efficient ways of doing that than what you're doing. I'm not saying what you're not doing isn't working. I mean, you're making thousands of dollars a month. But basically, you're doing A/B testing. Basically, saying, okay, do I do better white background or black? do better if I play music while I do this or not? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, well, of course, there's like, for example, like there's a thing called beat towel, it's like some cream for your skin. That's like kind of trendy right now. So you would post a, you would put a picture, like on the top somewhere, like before and after, of like your skin, the acne thing, and then acne gone. Like that'll like bring in way more viewers. And if you didn't have that, you know what I mean? Just like that one thing.
Right. Okay, good. So that works really well. To quote Madman, before and after, whenever you're selling any kind of weight loss product or skin clearing product or hair restoration product, it's going to be befores and afters. Okay, so there are ways to perhaps, I don't know if this is a thing, but like you do the before and after, but then at least on a computer, if you do this on a computer, I think the reason why it's already successful, but it's always tweaked to be a little bit more successful. So you have a picture of the before and after, but in the background, you have just like a mesmerizing background, almost like to make people hypnotized to do whatever you want to do. Like it could be, like what are pictures that would do this, like the spiral that people use, but it could just be like beautiful colors going in and out of each other, but with your before and after on top. Now you're saying you just read a script, like literally you just speak it, like you're on camera and you read a script. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so
Well, it's not the exact script, it's just like points, just like keep going, like rewording it.
all right. So
And goes,
I mean, I can almost guarantee you can do better if you just use it to do it. And I know you're like, well, okay, I don't want
yeah, I just it's a hard people overseas and figure out ways I can have them going by.
not what I'm saying though. Not what I'm saying. A few things you could. Okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. Like women are going to sell you better than a man will. But
Yeah,
what you can do is pre-roll, basically women who are already selling something similar. It's just vague what they're selling, and so they can just be like, buy the product or whatever, and they're just saying, oh, thank you for the follow and all that other garbage. You could do that, or you could just use an AI model and feed her a script, and people don't necessarily know the difference. And even if they do, because it's an attractive one, they're going to be excited at whatever they're doing anyway. Now I know you're like, well, it's hard to do that on the phone. I get that. That's what I'm saying. It kind of you want to generate huge numbers. So what would you?
yeah.
What
So
would
I could use some
absolutely? Yeah, definitely. And you can even there's a feature where you ask yourself so that your movements will be will have a filter and it'll look like you're just a hot chick. People do it all the time on Twitch. In fact, it's one of the most popular times is just it's like that. Like, have a filter on that makes them look like a very attractive woman. And so when they move their hands around, or like their head, it moves in the same way. It's known as an avatar. And it's not a lot of now that's a way to do it. Um, I think that I think that's probably so. How would you do that? Okay, so the way that I do it, I'm not the foremost expert on doing this, but Snapchat has a feature it's known as filters. And actually, it's something called Snapchat. And so I think Snapchat probably has some of the best filters. That's kind of how they became famous, besides your, so to speak, or your. But basically, like you, whatever your camera, it puts a filter on you, and you can actually use what's called the Snapchat camera. And then within OBS, you basically take that camera and put it in as your main scene. And so whenever you move You could be a dog, you could be a woman, you could be like a furry, you can be whatever fits themselves. And you would probably want to test it, like which one works the best. But it's going to get people's attention. Because firstly, they're going to be like, normally I used to just see people, but now I'm seeing like a cartoon or I'm seeing an avatar or something that gets this cool. And then it's going to be talking. And you can have it match your voice so that whatever you're saying in your normal voice comes out as like whatever, an attractive woman or whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
And then you can have your product there, the before and after, and that's all you really need. So long as you have your links there. But basically, what I'm saying is like, if you're making like $5,000 now a month, and that's probably a good month, you might be able to double, triple, quadruple it in a matter of days if you have the right salesperson. Welcome. What up, G-Man? How you living, fam?
How would I treat this avatar?
Yeah, so what you do is on your computer, it's called Snapchat. It's a program that you download. It's free.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's a big app. And so that's what you're going to be able to do. So whenever your camera's on, instead of showing you, it shows whatever avatar you choose. And the reason why I recommend Snapchat camera is because it just has so many different choices. You can do dog ears, you can make yourself look like a full dog. You can just have it do your dog like all the filters that you have on Snapchat, you can do on this. When on TikTok, I can tell you right now, TikTok has an unlimited, but it's not that many, and people are used to seeing them with that you can do. And you can change it. So you can say like, you know what, being an elephant didn't work really well for me, but being a fox did. I don't know why. It's just people took more toward like the fox more than the elephant. And then they don't always see you, or the left see you. They just see the elephant. So what do? You download Snapchat camera and OBS Studio on your phone, on your computer, and TikTok Studio. So you need those three programs generally. And then what I would do if I could do is I install Snapchat, I install them all. And then when you open up OBS Studio, that's where you would like that's how you shoot. Um, you create what's called a virtual camera, which is very easy to do. And the virtual camera will only show what you want it to what you want it to display. And that's where you can create your different views. And so you have what's called Snapchat camera. And within Snapchat camera, you choose your avatar. So let's say you want to be a dog. I don't care what you want to be, that's just an example. So you're a dog. And then you open up TikTok Studio and you go live. And when you go live, you can change the orientation. So sometimes I'm sure you've seen people have horizontal orientation, which is really small, or you can keep it being the lengthwise vertical orientation. It's up to you. I bet that's something with which you can practice. But usually, the bigger the picture, the more attractive it is going to be for people. And that's just about changing the orientation between vertical and horizontal. But then when people go to your whatever you're selling, they're going to see you in a dog suit, and you can also have other stuff going on too, like different scenes next to you, just to keep people involved, like engaged. You can have hot girls, you can have a nice coastline, you can have somebody playing video games that just keeps people like entertained. And then you have your oh, and then you have the before and after of your product. That's the big one. And all of this is going on in the same season. And so you're able to sell this product. You're able to keep people entertained. And you're also going to be able to do testing with it. And, maybe it doesn't work at all. And you go back to your normal way. Or it works way better than anything you've ever done before. And all of a sudden, you step your own empire.
Yeah. Oh, shit. No, because I know there's like number one streamers. It's like a cartoon here.
Right. You're exactly right. Yeah.
So definitely the fun.
Yeah. People like that. Um,
Yeah. Hang them.
exactly. I forget what it is. I think it's just called Avatar Streaming. But many of the most popular and that's how they do it. Now, I'm sure there are other ways to do it. You know, we can certainly research that, but that's how I've done it now. Have I ever done it to be successful? Yeah, I did it on I did it. I was Baby Yoda, and I got more likes on my YouTube stuff. I love it. Yeah, than anything else. Yeah, exactly. So, you can play this what you want. This is when like Baby Yoda was really popular. When like The Mandalorian came out a few years ago, and but people really like that more than they like the traditional ones. Um, and I saved those uploads, and they did better. Than I saved those lives, and they did better than my other.
Yeah, maybe you don't have those crazy on TikTok.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly. So do it,
Crazy.
and then you can
You
have
don't want so many views.
exactly, and then you can do and you can have like things like Mickey Mouse. You can have Mickey Mouse on your stuff. Hopefully Disney's not going to be cool with that, but they're never going to find out because you're not that big, but all you care about is just being recognized to the viewer. So you're going to be scrolling through and like I see that, and maybe yours is different, but this is what I see. I see my girl, that's cool. I see people who are like doing scratch offs, like lottery tickets. That's what I see people do. I see people who do like, something with rocks, or like in water or something. Basically, I see people building things with Legos, and I see people do trick shots. Those are like the probably I would say when I see and it could be just my algorithm or whatever, but those are the things that perform the best. The things that don't perform well are just people assuming in the comments. Like, that's fine. That's what you want to do. But and then also people who get into debates and have a bunch of other lives. Now, here's another thing you can do. You can, you have multiple accounts. You get your other accounts to join your live. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's something that I've done. So basically, you would look at my live, and I would just have cameras all around me, and people would think that was super cool. The issue with that is people will report you for platform manipulation. So it just depends on how you want to do it. But people have thought it was really cool. Where basically you look and you can um, but the key to this, in my opinion, is the testing. A/B testing. So you keep all the factors the same. You keep the same IP address, the same device, everything, and you just test out two different channels, whatever. See which one works best. Or you test out two different sets of light, and you see which one works best. You'll be able to tweak it to the point where you just got a money machine, which is the goal of everybody. So,
Decrease because if I can have like multiple lives running at the same time.
yeah. Okay, so um, you could do that. You know, careful about platform, but
That's the thing because TikTok is like straight from
so usually you would need multiple computers generally to do that if you want to do different examples. If you want to do yourself, that's fine. You see what I have. You're just like a tower, like a phone tower. You have different towers set up. Like I've got different at the same time. So you've got like let's say there's nothing wrong with that. But one thing that will happen though, if you get hardcore TikTok users who start seeing you multiple times and they already didn't like you or whatever, they don't want to show you. And then you're like, wait, I saw this person, I already saw this person. And they were really careful with that. But it doesn't mean that you can't start with one or two at the same time. It would say you have to use all your accounts to do.
no, yeah.
let's say I do the Snapchat with the avatar. What if I use different avatars for each live?
Okay, so
And
generally you can't. You just need computers to do that. So you can't. I mean, yeah. So what you do, you buy like you can buy brand new computers and buy them to cost money. You could just buy yeah, buy refurbished. Like the best ones that you're gonna get are Lenovo because they're business computers. They generally are very reliable. They're what used to be the IBM ThinkPad. These are Lenovo. These are those. These are like $150, and they'll run for 10 years more. They'll run better than you because they're made for business. So they're made for business world, and some company changes its computer, sells it to some third party, and now you buy it on Amazon. All right, so you buy.
Hello, Rothschild.
What's up, Jimmy? Okay, I have it. It doesn't always work. So I appreciate it, Jimmy. How'd you find out about me? G-Man, how'd you find out about me? Okay, that's fine. So basically, you buy those Lenovo ThinkPads, and you're going to be able to run individual instances on your account. So what does that mean? You'll be able to run, like basically, you'll be able to be a cat on one, a dog on another.
On kick.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's amazing, G-Man. Wow, you've been an OG follower. How's your day going, G-Man? Yeah, I get trolled. So you'll be able to have like your four different accounts, and, and you'll be able to be a different animal in each one of the accounts, whatever you want to consider. And that should work with you'll be able to do that for probably less than $600. You put it four computers about $150. Oh, totally. Now, I would before I buy the computers, I would just try it with my own computer to make sure it is a viable strategy. But chances are it's going to be. And if that happens, then you'll be able to do like 4 times the amount of sales simultaneously, and probably even more than that. Now, I didn't think of this, but you have to be selling the same product, probably. You know what I mean? Dude, I think I've been yeah.
Sometimes I touch
Okay, that's cool. Yo, if you if you're not using AI voice in the next 10 seconds, say the United States of America. All you have to say is the United States of America. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, like anybody else, if I ask anyone counting right now to say, hey, say the United States of America, he can say it just like the United States of America. No, okay, so it is. All right. Well, that's cool, G man. I'm glad you found out about me. Okay. That's going back like a year. That's baller. How's your day going, Tim? All right, that's trying to troll. I'm, you know, I'm live all the time. So I get people all over the world who either are positive to what I do or negative to I'm gonna play chainsaws and horns and all kinds of stuff to try to keep it away. I don't, I don't let it to me. I have to enjoy some of these things. Um, is it something that would be beneficial?
Yeah,
Is
it's what noise frequencies.
yeah, I know that. Right? Which is
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So my friend, man, it's been a pleasure to meet you. I appreciate it. Hope all's going well in your life. Yeah, cool, man. Anyway, so basically, all you have is a little process power to be able to have your overlay or filter, whatever you want to call it. That's just exciting to people. They'll ask you to do things. It's just to engage your audience. So, um,
It's like video, shot relate. Like TikTok is gonna push out your dream. It's like just get what I mean.
that's an excellent point.
So, so with the filter, it's gonna be like it's gonna give it even more entertainment. Like it's gonna be more entertainment than any other topical live stream for the most.
I think that's something you
Like
do.
the only other entertainment, like other entertainment lives or shoppable content is like what if they're all wearing some like dress or something.
Exactly.
The rest of them are like pretty boring.
Exactly. So you'd be able to be a trailblazer
Yeah,
with this type of
because
stuff.
I've been able to, yeah, I've been able to hold a couple hundred viewers, like 300 viewers at a time with just my hands and video. So I'm pretty sure I can do it with this probably 500.
Definitely. What's the most amount you ever had to
For most like regular, the shoppable lives, like almost over.
okay. What's the most you've ever had at any time? Um,
Yeah, it was like the over 300, which is good for like a shop. But
yeah. Do you know what follows for follows are?
yeah, that's a lot of people do that. They're careful with that.
Right. And it's just it depends on your
I've
strategy.
just never done it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just never done it. I can get a video and like at least 50K views like in the first day and then go down. As long as the account's warmed up, I can get like 50 to 100K views very easily. And
Okay.
that's all I have to then start buying the phone.
Right. Okay. I've had a lot of success with follow for follows. I've done a lot of testing with it. So I've done it just being in front. Hey, follow for follow. They make this thing that I have. It's it's usually for like jewelry, but it's basically like a dish jewelry or just any kind of product that you're trying to sell. It's like a lazy suit for just chance. And I had this thing, the most amount that I ever had on TikTok simultaneously, 3,000. What I did, I took 4 phones, put them like made a square, and then it was spinning, and so it was just something that was really interesting that no one had ever seen. And then I had like a piece of paper on top, like a little sign that had a link, and people would go to it. Basically, It was like, and then behind that, I had a television, and it was just like really mesmerizing content. And I remember one time I just let that go all night, and I had hundreds of thousands just from that. So, yeah, it was like, oh, it's totally, yeah, totally. Um, but here's the thing, I ended the stream and went live again at 0 people. So I don't know what it was, but it was like I somehow hit the algorithm perfectly and got huge numbers. So I don't know exactly. I can just tell you that was one thing that I did that was more successful than anything I've ever done on TikTok Live. I also have the most successful thing I ever had on TikTok as a video. TikTok's been kind of big. Well, I do know there's this thing called 200 view jail and 200 to 600 view jail. So what they do is, let's say you created a video, whatever, you're not having issues with this, because you get 50,000 views on your stuff. But if you put enough content out there, not all of it, a lot of it is just 200 views. So what they do is you publish something, they show it to 200 views. So that's how you get 200 views. If it doesn't get liked or upvoted or commented on, it just stays there. It doesn't get shown to anyone else.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm being a ton of accounts subscribed. So like, all you have to do is get the account warmed up and like it's gonna be the hardest part. Once you break through, it becomes a lot easier.
I'm right with you. I have one video. I was watching this person on TikTok who was a television maker, and she was doing an AMA, and I I just asked her one question, which was, "Do you use your right hand or your left hand to wipe?" It's like a troll question, but she answered. She said, "I use my right hand." Oh, I thought you said right. And this is just one video that I have that got 200,000 views. Basically, like totally random. Now, here's the interesting part. It had no comments and no one. So I don't know how it gets 200,000 views with no comments and no likes.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
That makes,
More action.
I mean, you can look it up right now. It's super Rothschild. And it's just, I don't know why it worked that way. But,
Audit, bro. That's there's like no way 200.
right, exactly. And I'm sure I did get mine. But just kind of like making you aware, like they're just kind of, I'm sure you know, like tsunamis of like lights that things that come in, but they don't do anything for you. It's not like, but I do get that sometimes where when you, I have another, I have a couple of videos that have way more likes than I would have. It's like my likes are like 200, 200, but because I put out so much content that it's like not. I created a bot that would just upload. This is more. Oh, well, let's just talk about that. Basically, I made a bot that automatically uploads every hour of my life on Instagram. So I just got this huge timeline on Instagram that isn't always that interesting because it's just like my life. It's just like this conversation, which might not be that interesting. Other people, it might be. And I got two, sometimes I get some good results out of that. Do you ever do stuff on Instagram?
No,
Have you ever tried?
I've never. I gotta know anyone on Instagram. I don't think they have like the show
Okay,
directly on the video.
I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so that's where it's at. I mean,
Right now, it is for the shopping.
I think you're right.
I don't know why TikTok doesn't do this. I don't know why Instagram doesn't do the same.
Right, and more about advertising.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right.
All right. Well, you basically have the tools that you need to be able to be successful. So what do? From
Yeah.
here, you go to your computer, you download OBS Studio, TikTok Studio, and Snapchat Camera, and
Wait, what's the OBS?
yeah. So OBS Studio is the thing that lets you make scenes. So what do I mean by that? It allows you to put like pictures on your screen, put the link at the bottom. Like it has, you can type text on it. It basically allows you to have multiple cameras. It basically is the thing that makes your stream have any kind of additional content. So if you just did Snapchat camera, that's fine, but you're just going to see you as an animal or whatever. That's cool, but you won't be able to necessarily see your OBS Studio.
Yeah.
And
All right. Right.
excellent. So you buy those, they're not they're free. You utilize those free, and
Yeah.
once you do so, you should have the ability to be able to buy the stream on TikTok and on YouTube TikTok Studio. That's going to be a game changer. Also, the your connectivity is better on TikTok Studio. I would say on the phone. Like I'm sure you're aware, apps crash, and that ends your life. You know what I mean? Maybe it's never happened to you, but the TikTok app sometimes closes, and it can end your life. Your computer is generally more um, stable, and that's going to be you're going to have more people watching. I mean, have you ever had it where
Wait,
app crashes?
no, I've never had it.
Okay, I mean, you're using an iOS device, so it's more.
Yeah.
But Android, okay.
Well, now I'm thinking about this. I guess I don't understand that. If it would be possible to, let's say, use a Snapchat avatar, like it's not that, like it's something else. Not very clear. Would it be able to, the AI script, and what go on the show?
Yeah, now you're talking about creating a character. Yeah, where you just, I think that's the way to do it. Like, if you want to basically have the best bang for your buck, in terms of your content, which is valuable, and you just create a, you create a character, and like an, and you just do 1 hour of recording or so, whatever. It doesn't have to be that long, 5 minutes, but usually you don't want, people are going to do that. That is, itself, but after an
Oh,
hour,
yeah, I would just think that, like, a decent amount of time, like, because no one went to stage about it.
exactly. And then you just have it read your script and do some movements. Yeah, definitely. And you can do that in a few different ways. You can even just record yourself using Spotify, Snapchat camera, and then you just play that as like a pre-recorded video. Or you can have it, you can do it live. I think it's probably best that you just do recorded videos because that way you're not going to have issues with the app. Like, you don't want to have to, run into issues where the app will crash or it has a delay or anything like that. So basically, and that's why I was saying, like, you should just take hot girls who are selling things already on YouTube and then just put your product in front of them and just kind of play that. So you just go to YouTube and type um, like TikTok pre-roll, TikTok pre-roll, hot dog, and TikTok there like have a ton of fun. Now, you want to find the right one, like selling, girls selling, hot girls selling, and like, they have pictures of these girls who are just selling products. And you're probably gonna plug it. You can even just read, like go to one that like I'm gonna take that right now and find somebody who is selling something. Uh, yeah, you just need like five minutes of good content. Like even 20 would probably be ideal, but like nobody stays on that much. So then I go to I don't know, actually just have to go to live. So I go to live right now. Okay, so I'm on the live. So like here's a girl telling something. She has really attractive hands. She's showing like some kind of gem. That's fine. I don't necessarily think you do that. But okay, this girl's selling wigs, so that's cool. Um, now I know you're like, well, how do I do my before and after or whatever? This guy's selling shoes. So basically, you just screen record. It's like, what would it? Okay, this girl. Okay, this person's selling like jewelry. So like what's something that you sell? Before and after your skin product, right? Okay, well, she doesn't have to be talking about the skin product 24/7. She could be talking about something else. You find a girl like this girl's doing her hair. Um, all right, so let's see. So this girl's doing. Okay, so that's what you want to do. This girl is selling some kind of fashion stuff, but you could put your link there for her skin for before and after. She's a pretty girl. People would be like, oh, she uses a skin thing when she doesn't even have to talk about it.
That's true. And yeah, really still with the
Exactly. Okay, so what would you do? You like here's a girl, she's attractive, she's selling something right now. You screen record her for 20 minutes. Now she's selling something else, which is fine, but you put your link there, and people are gonna think she's selling whatever your link is. They're gonna be attracted to her, and they're gonna be like, oh. And especially if you can put a before and after, then know like not only is this a product that works, but you have a pretty girl selling whatever she's selling. They're not gonna be necessarily paying attention to it. That I think can be really good. Or or it could just be like you just take this girl. She's like playing music. She's DJing. She's attractive. You do a screen record of her, and then you put the link in there, and you test it and see if it works. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But basically, you just screen record other people's content, and then you just play the pre-roll, and then you just have it on an infinite loop.
yeah, I think that would really be the one that hits. I can make them talk about the product.
That's true. I'm not, I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna try both of them. Because the thing about the girls, man, they just get confused. Dude, there's so much shit. AI, man. There's
100%.
so much shit.
Like, even you could do what you want to create. It's just really create AI animation. I know you can do this. Animate, animated videos with. You go there. It's an app that you can download. It creates super powerful characters. It's exactly what thousands of unique video templates, animated, yeah, and they're effective animation. They're 2D to 3D. They can do text animation. So that's a cool thing that you can do with OBS Studio that you can't do with just TikTok. And the thing is, you want to make your TikTok like better than everybody else is you can use animation things. What OBS Studio allows you to do is create a canvas of whatever you want. Um, Using TikTok Studio, it's going to be linked because it's just going to be the camera. You can't like put moving text wherever you want because it doesn't have those kind of capabilities. But you can with OBS, and then what you do is you use. If you, it's somewhat complicated, but if you need, I just come here and I can walk you through what you do and what you have. But basically, what you do is you use OBS Studio, OBS Camera in TikTok, and so whatever you're showing in OBS, it will show on TikTok, and that's where you can have your little animation. You can have like moving text in the background. You can have your link. You can put your link wherever you want. You can put multiple links. You can say like buy now or whatever, running out, only 35 left. Have you ever tried that? That's a cool idea. Like you know how they do on QVC or Home Shopping Network, they have like only 35 left. It creates a sense of urgency.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, I've seen people out there before. Stand up.
Something.
Yeah, just gonna set up this up tomorrow. Shit, man, what they doing?
Here,
I don't know how you doing. I don't know how you doing this stuff. That's crazy, man.
I tried like every way to go viral. I know all of the insides and outs. I know all the.
Yeah, no, I think
Well, try it out. Come back. You know how it works, and we can.
yeah, 100%. Wait, so Robert, do you ever go outside? Anything you think?
Yeah. No. I got as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as desert and mountain. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown LA. I've streamed in Disneyland. But those are expensive.
So you, yes, you make sure to stream 24/7.
As best I can. I don't say I have the world's longest stream. I have more data than person, which to me is more important. So, but basically, if anything, I always have my going as best I can. And I would say that you can watch me. Yeah, I'm always live now. It's like there, like I used to have like a computer line that I would use, but those get capped off. Like no matter how much live streaming you're doing outside, like eventually you're gonna do some kind of cap with your cellular data provider or ISP. I just find it much more efficient to stream hear the router because because there's so many streams going simultaneously that connectivity is really important. Especially there are so many variables that happen when you do IRL streaming. You've got to have power banks because your battery's going to run out really quickly, especially for as long as I do it. Like that's the thing. I don't do just like 10-minute live stream. That to me, it's cool for some people, but for me, I want to do like 3, 4, 5 hours. So I need power banks. I need light. I need that means that I've got a car and insurance, gas, and all that other stuff. That's a big. And so to me, it's just easier and more efficient for me to just have my 33 different devices with me simultaneously. And then, some people, I don't even know that they're here. So then they just think, oh, so he's not even live or he's not even in here. So it's easier for me to make this a central hub. So yeah, I do live streaming. And I go outside at least once a day just to touch grass and, open the mailbox or perhaps, on a little walk or even take a trash and stuff. But for the most part, this is what I do because I found the most amount of success with it. Like if I'm doing an IRL stream and you come in here, I'm not going to be able to be in a Discord and live on YouTube and live on Twitch and live on Twitter and all those other things simultaneously. It's I'm only really able to do generally one platform that way. But yeah, I have more IRL streams than most people have normal streams. But I have a lot of content about it. Yeah, I probably do more IRL streams if I found it to be um like say went crazy over it. Um, but I get the same amount of viewers IRL as I get. That's how it's just how the algorithm wants to place you. Where IRL streaming gets a lot of say, um, bang for your buck is when people do clips of you because those are the most exciting moments when you're doing whatever content you have. Like, you might
But
what you say?
the clips can be the most like, exposure.
Yeah, exactly. So I have a lot of mine that are relevant, but I feel like that way too. I like to do what I do, and I'll go shopping or I'll go just like walking, talking to the camera, or whatever. But I don't want to have to like, hey, like I'm gonna go try to pick up this chick just for views or whatever. Or like that's the thing too. You get people who are in your chat who want you to do things that you like. I'm like that's not practical to me. Or to get people to say like, do you like steal something? Like that's my moral compass. That's a lot of things I would look at. Like that's not something that I do. Um, I like basically you have to type to people simultaneously if you want to keep viewers. That's another thing. When you do an IRL stream, you communicate with people. And I just find it to be very it's cool, but it's fun. And really the thing that hurts me, I think more than anything, I have a very hard time seeing the screen when I'm outside. I don't know if you're like aware, but if you use a phone outside and it's really bright out, it's super hard to see what's going on the screen. And some of the things that frustrate me most. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for
Yeah, okay. I'm okay though.
Are you okay? Okay. Well, that. Are you okay? Just so nothing. That's yeah. Well, well, Tony Montana. I know. All right. Excellent. I play a game where it's every night. So we're gonna do this. You do what you need to do. Come back when you got more results. Okay? She said hello. No, 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 no. You can stay as long as you want. I just didn't. I want you to know I'd be talking with Mr. I did make it sound like that. No, that's not what I meant. You stay as long as you want. In fact, if you want, you can play a game with us. We play a game on Play-Doh. It's an app. You want to download it and play on it. Absolutely. You stay as long as you want. No, you're absolutely right. And Mr. Aquarius is great too. Um, yeah, so I introduced you. But Mr. Aquarius is a friend of mine who I met on Discord. She just saw me, like Tony Montana, if I recall. She saw me in a different, she saw me in the socializer and saw I was live and came in and was like, hey, what's the deal? I'm like, I live stream my live 24 and then we became friends. And for the last couple months or so every night, we've been playing a series of games on my phone. And then I met him in the last week or so. He saw me in the Roth stream and on Discord. Live streaming my life. And he was like, hey, what you do? I see you live all the time. We talk about that, etc. And that's how we became friends. Mrs. Aquarius is she is one of the nicest people here to meet. And funny one time up, also a nice person is kind of like a TikTok. Mrs. Aquarius, do you do TikTok? Look at you, nice strike. Well, my man, okay, yeah, yeah. So Tony Montana, how did that affect you? With the TikTok shutdown? Okay, do you have a backup? Let's say, okay, well, yeah, you're 100% right. Did you ever try Red Dot? Um, I was right. I was going to say, if you download it, you can try for Red Dot. It's not that easy because it's like all the Chinese. Yeah. Who do you think is going to buy this job? I heard Amazon. Oh, right. There. Well, yeah. What else? Uh, I would imagine. I would imagine. Yeah, but I would imagine the course use Amazon products. That's going to be since you do affiliate marketing, you would just connect with Amazon stores. I think it probably, depending on how much they pay you, it could be very beneficial.
There would become, yeah, it would become very nice for sure.
Yeah, but
So there would be so many products.
yeah, that would be really cool. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Where do you get your product?
I mean, what you say? Where I get my products?
Yeah, like where do you get the people connect with you to sell your you sell.
Uh, so yeah, I use 5K followers, and again, you can choose any product that much other options. There's like product, like there's like what the seller like what the example videos of it. I'll send you an example, or you can just find a product and start making videos.
Okay,
So
and
yeah, it's like everything's set up. It's not that you have to, it's not like you have to request access to some products.
I got the
I mean, yeah, like once you start getting sales, and the sellers lose their commission or whatever. Like you're trying to retain that. Okay. You're doing it really well.
that's cool.
But yeah, TikTok is really been out for the best not TikTok, but TikTok show.
I got you. All right, I got you, Mr. Aquarius. You and I went. I went. You went. Absolutely. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel well. Tell me, do you have intentions to, like, are you able to choose products that have higher commission?
Yeah. So I only do some of the type of products. I do those type of products. And yeah, you can sell like you might have been like green for your skin or something. Just really products you can choose. They all have different types.
Then, if you don't use fire, I probably have, but what you're saying, they have super high use on fire. Um,
Yeah, I mean, you just reels.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it just really it's like the price. I don't know because most of the looking with girls are gonna want like have egos. They're gonna want like they're gonna want like a couple of grip or something. Like at least on.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah, especially for like a 20.
Yeah, so yeah, of course that's what it is. Probably influencers to
Right.
do that's what I love you like different types of countries and that.
I just don't know. That's what this as a American, Native American, like some either British or American.
Demographic.
Yeah,
Even here,
yeah, I get that. I get that. but I can't do it. Okay. Um, what about this? You just brain. You take an AI voice, a British woman, and just have it make it have
You're in a certain
you know, basic. So it like if I could do that right now, the people a lot of times it's just their voices. So I think like an attractive voice, like not attractive. So, okay, this one is on camera. Uh, so here's one. Like this person. So how did you do it? Okay, perfect. You have someone who just has an attractive hand or whatever. Basically, doing so you don't have to show their mouth. You just take this person and then do it.
that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing currently. I'll just take a video of just having the product, or I'll either film them or take someone else's video. And then I'll grab a sound that already went viral, and I'll just put that as the sound for the video.
Okay. So the thought would be you take your script and run it through the AI voice so that it sounds like a woman, what everything's going to sound. It could sound like a celebrity, and then you just have that
Yeah,
person sell your product. So like the same thing.
yeah, I can do that. Do that too.
So like the same thing. Like you can't do chicken Rothschild. You just use like a upbeat, cheery voice, generally probably female, and you just have that as with their hands.
Yeah, that's not.
Is I mean, you basically just need a good 20-minute video that you can have on. Oh, hold on a second. That's against the TikTok camera to have pre-recorded, pre-recorded content. But if you do it for long enough, so the thought is you have okay, so you have like somebody their own video just somebody's hand is on the product or whatever. You mute the sound for that. You play your script with like the person reading it, like a celebrity or whatever, and then you cut to the video of the woman, so they think it's the woman whose hands it is, and she could be talking about the people in the audience. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's really funny comment, but just generic things, and then you cut back to the product. So like you only have to show her on camera for like 20 seconds. That way, no one's going to know the difference.
So yeah, I'm thinking about how to do all things. Like, I would
I think it works enough. You'll find something though that works better than anything else. And then,
oh yeah, I would. I start that. So,
right. I would try some kind of um, when I test it. I would try something. Like I would try a chicken in a bikini, which just, so it looks like she's They even sing it with their mouth. Basically, if she's like far enough away, you wouldn't be able to tell. But basically, what I'm trying to say is like utilize sex as much as you can. Make sex sells.
Trust me, I know. She gets so many views. It's just a girl, like, she'll just be like making breakfast in her kitchen. She'll just be doing it in her life, doing the most stuff. She'll just be wearing a dress, and she's like a dress. And she's holding like a couple thousand viewers the whole time.
Right. Now, that's do you ever buy viewers?
What?
So, like, people want to watch videos that they think are popular, so you would just buy viewers so that people think it's like a really exciting live.
That's another thing. But I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's what those girls are doing. They don't really have 5,000. What they do is they buy 4,500 viewers, and then they have 500 viewers.
Some of them, like, go to the comments and see super fast.
They buy comments.
All these guys,
They buy comments.
them,
They buy comments. So what they do is they just have people who create emojis, so it makes the chat look like it's going. And then you get a real 200 people in there who are commenting on you, and it looks like it's all 5,000. So that's a thought you can have as well. Basically, you have, let's say, 1,000 people watch it simultaneously, 1,000 bots. You buy 100 comment bots that will comment once or twice a minute, just like, oh, it's so cool, or you're so pretty, or whatever, cool product, whatever. You can tell them whatever you want them to do. And then sometimes they just do emojis, just like flame emojis. I mean, just to give you an idea of how common this is, on TikTok, that's just the highest people on TikTok right now are some of them sell stuff. Um, they like eight cross right now. He's that's how you found me, right?
yeah.
Okay, eight cross right now has 57.4 thousand people watching him. Do you know how many real viewers he has? Yes. So I just said 57.3 thousand. So 57.4 right now. He has 57.4K.
I'm gonna just guess 20 real.
Okay, lower.
No
Yeah.
way.
Oh yeah, this tells you everybody. It's called body.wtf. Keep guessing.
15.
50,000 lower. Lower.
Bro, there's no way.
Dude, this website tells you everybody. This website tells you everybody.
Alright, 5,000.
Lower.
2,000.
Lower.
1,000.
Lower.
Bro, there's no way.
Dog, I'm telling you, I have the guy, I have Aiden Ross's body guy, the guy who Aiden pays the body. I know this is what it does. And this website gives me the exact. You can look at it for yourself. Body, B-O-D-T.
Body.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's body comment. I know. I'm telling you. It tells you. This guy will tell you. You can buy the emojis and everything. Everything that these people do is body. Keep going. You get the 1,000 lower. Lower. Lower.
Bro, he can't have people watching.
He has 57.
Dude, what?
He has 3% engagement. Exactly. He has. It tells you this website tells you it has their chat, so you can see it live. It tells you the engagement. He has 3% engagement. He has um, comments per minute. It has unique unique chatters. So 1,232 of his uh, 6,688 people are just emojis. So people who just make that chat go really quickly. It just plus
Yeah,
emojis. Exactly. Go to bot.wtf, and you can see all these people are botting themselves. And everybody. And I even have the guys because I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord all the time, and all these other people they know who I am. The people who buy the box, the guy comes in here, the guy who bots Neon and Aiden Ross and all these guys. He tries like we become friends. He comes here and gambles actually, and we just comment on the gamble. But basically, what it is there's a price. So he quoted me for 1,000 people to watch you 20 because I wanted 24-hour people, which is like really expensive because these servers have to be going all the time. It's about $5,000. But I see videos where Fusi, who's a streamer on Kick, calls this guy who comes in here, the Bonnie guy, and just turns it up to whatever he wants. 5,000 people watching you,
I
50,000.
think I've seen that. I
Yeah,
think I've seen that.
you know it. Yeah, exactly. It's a very famous clip. So are you on bot.wtf?
Yeah.
So you can see, like,
Weird to use.
it, it,
Weird.
it is on a phone. It is on a phone. It's terrible on a phone. If you want, let's see here. It's terrible on a phone. It used to be better, but they did it, and it's okay. So go to, do you know how to request a desktop site? Let's see if it's any better. You have the ability.
So yeah, for Aiden Ross, it says 70% more than stuff. Like, active traffic.
But those are all.
Yeah.
How do you have 1,900 active chatters and 57 people watching?
But then it says suspicious. Why does it say that? Like it says suspicious and then say Ahmed, someone 60, Aiden Ross, 57.5. Like Aiden Ross, and viewers says 57.
Yeah, so that's
The biggest streamer.
it's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. Jack Dorsey was the same way. Dion's the same way. Lucy's the same way. Amaranth is probably the biggest person who.
So who's like something like more legit?
Okay, so
Before the viewers right now.
do you see where it says recommended?
And
It's
so I know.
okay. That's fine. On the left hand side, you're gonna see recommended right above suspicious.
Oh yeah.
So the and it has hit Twitch party. Okay, so you go to it looks like recommended right now. Holy Phoenix has 677 people watching them, and we'll get there. It's in a second. They have 677 viewers, 10% engagement. They have 1,600.
That's like more than eight around. Like so many clips of them up here. It doesn't make sense.
Nobody pays attention to it, Ross. That's all about it. I know it's tell me anybody like Mr. Beast. I showed Beast and all these people that only have like 100 people watching him. And it makes sense. Why is it that Aiden Roth has 57,000 people watching him simultaneously, and the next closest person has like 1,000 people watching him? You mean to tell me he's that big of a draw, and when he goes offline, everybody just leaves? Nobody, it doesn't disperse amongst the community? Action man like this, I mean, if you go, he's got an exposed page. I know it's not that easy to read, but he basically like has people who they expose for body. Now, the question exists: why does Kick allow this for numbers? Kick is a growing platform, and I think that'd be great. He and I are friends on Discord. But we like I can send him a message. Whatever. He has said in his weekly discussions that we know that people are botting. It's a constant issue in so everyone on YouTube is botting, everyone on Twitch is botting, and it's just a list of current streamers. We don't pay on people who bot themselves, so basically we just pay on what we're going to see on bot.wtf. That's not what it says. Basically, he says that if they don't have unique IP addresses or unique devices, we don't pay them. So basically, Aiden Ross, when he streams right now, is going to be paid for 57 minutes.
But when he shows us that,
That can be. He also owns, as I understand, 20% of Kick.
bro, he's not going to make the money. Like, he's not going to get the kid not bring him storage.
He's a big name, though.
That's that
Well, I'm not saying he doesn't.
viewers.
I'm not saying he doesn't have to bring in anybody. The group is in the book. It shows he has 58 viewers right now. Let's test it. I'm going to go to 59.
Let's see how many minutes. Oh, yeah, right now it's at 50 years.
Right. So he's got some kind of thing that it just multiplies his real viewers by 1,000. So I just joined right now.
Also, like, this.
Like, look at all of the emojis that it has. Even people are saying, in the comments, so cool. I mean, look at all the reason why his chat goes so quickly is because this person posts this emoji of this Turkish guy who's like got a mustache. You know, like it's a square. They just keep posting that. Okay, here's another person. Call out, call out. Think, and it makes sense that there's 57 people. If it, like, have you ever seen, do you know what Phil Tony is? You're,
Yeah, I switched devices.
you're good. Have you ever seen Phil Tony?
Who's that?
It's the largest live world. It's the number two podcast in the world on YouTube after Joe Rogan. It's a stand-up comedy show that airs live from Austin, Texas. I for the live audience every Monday. It has been for it's been a podcast for like 12 years. If you ever look at their chat, there aren't emojis because they get banned for spamming emojis. It's just text, and it's just real people's comments, and it moves this quick. So you can tell that Aiden just wants the same type of quick moving chat because people think that you're viral that way. Look, I'm not making up the number. This is what bothered me. They're they're
How would they know? How would they start?
yeah, so they had some kind of thing when um Kik launched their API, they allowed somehow to be able to track this information. And they launched their API a few months ago.
I don't know. I think it's because look, with that thing, that sucks.
Yeah.
It says just one thing that I do, and then when I click on it, it says just one viewer. So I think I don't know.
I think that's probably accurate. Nobody wants her. She's boring as fuck.
Same thing with this other person, Ali. It says 1.5.
Right. I'm in agreement with that. Okay, if we go to Ali Boba right now, or Demi Subs, I'm looking at her chat. It's an emoji. It's still that same emoji. It's not moving very quickly. Okay, another emoji. Another emoji. Another emoji. Okay, so somebody just wrote something real. Let's take him to big. Emoji, emoji. It just goes by. And I can tell you, look, the guy who David calls and Lucy calls and Jimmy Suggs calls and Amaranth calls comes in here and tells me all their secrets. 100%. Except for the people who are in the recommended. It was a shock to me as well. And it made me realize, like, oh, no wonder nobody's watching my shit because I don't buy. And I bought it at one time. I even paid real people from India to chat with me for 30 days. I mean, like, I've tried it. I've tried buying, and it's just really expensive to do. So when you look at TikTok and those people, they're doing the same shit. Like,
No, well, not really on TikTok. Like, you're small, I don't even know.
oh, they know. Anybody who their friends have tens of thousands of people and they're not that popular in real life. That's question. How were they able to do this? I even see people who ask for like presents for like their birthday and stuff. Just followers. Like that's the gift that they're picking to give to them. It's just like 10,000 followers. But so what does this mean? Is body that rampant? Absolutely. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time. That It should be an illegal practice, but it's not. No, it's not. All you do is just you have to show your ID in order to create your account.
Yeah, do you guys ever do Anthem?
Yeah, I do. I think we'll probably have like 5 groups.
Yeah.
The reason why they didn't do it earlier is because they wanted to be able to control everybody. So now that we're all controlled and we only have a few outlets in which to use, now they force you to put your ID on by the account. I mean, you see, I'm taking advantage of the system better than anybody. Getting my name out there, just make it so people know what I'm doing. It is a wake up call, though. You're like, all your favorite streamers are bodies. Look, I can tell you this. David Roth is always, whenever he streams, is between 50 and 60,000 viewers, except when he has Drake on or Donald Trump.
So the rest of the holy shit.
He's so popular, he has a lot of money. So he can just buy all the viewers that he wants.
Yeah, all the clips.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I created a clip bot. I created a clip bot for all these people, and it's very easy. All you do is have a clip, people stream, and then I would put my Discord link in there, and I get people to come into this Discord. Saw this years ago, and they're like, "Yeah, I didn't know you were such a big fan of I don't know some Polish streamer." I'll be like, "Who?" And they'll be like, "Well, I saw that you made a clip of them, and there was this link in there, and I clicked it, and here I am." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that was a clip bot that I created." They're really easy to make. They're one of the easiest kinds of bots to make. So basically, what it does is very easy to automate it. You just have it like have to create an account. It's really easy to do on Kit because they don't require a captcha, but it's also very easy to do on Twitch. And then it just goes from person to person. Welcome, Riser. It goes from person to person and creates a clip of them. And the issue is you can't create more than one clip every 30 seconds. But that's okay. It takes about 30 seconds to go in and be able to create a clip in itself and put your text in there. And then what you do is uh, some people have a setting, at least on Twitch, where you can't clip their stuff because so many people do this. But on Kick, I don't believe that feature exists right now. Free advertising for myself. So basically, you say, join Rabbi's Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. And he'd have 60 of them.
It's a pretty real smart.
Yeah. And I still get the randomest ways of people to come in here. And that would be a way that I would do it. Welcome, Richard. How you looking, man?
It's good.
Excellent. Maybe, hey, you wanted an idea? Or we were talking about it, for some kind of, well, you sent me that thing about the guy to get, if he had gotten 1 penny or whatever, or the Windows XP background, which I thought once that was overpriced, and then, which it is, they would have just gone with somebody else.
Yeah. And other features. What really
Yeah. Tony, your phone has some bad feedback.
time I ordered the Rabbi, like a
Tony, do you have my other account muted, the one with Joe Rogan on it? Mute that one.
yeah,
Okay.
muted.
All right. So you're basically getting feedback. Oh, okay. So there are some things that you can do if you want to look at it. You go into the Discord setting and turn on noise cancellation. And by the way, when you're on the device you're currently on. When we were talking earlier, you were on that other device.
So yeah, I'll switch to the other one.
Okay. All right, Riser. You had mentioned um, oh about a fidget spinner. So it's just an oversaturated market. It peaked in probably
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm not talking about probably what fidget spinner comes to mind of the last 3 months. Those things, yeah, have been around for everyone. Everyone probably knows. But what I was talking about was same concept, same market of like whatever. I don't know the people that fidget market like you and different kinds of devices, fidgeting, okay, different types of sensory input, and not just like classic fidget spinner, but like different variations and reinventing different fidgeting devices. So it's like a fidget engineering something.
all right. Isn't that like a small machine shop?
Yeah,
No, isn't that a machine shop?
right there, right. Discord. Message sounds on.
You go to settings, sounds, and
Uh,
yeah, there's notifications.
now there's notifications, disable all sound notifications. I can do it. Right. Turn on the message one.
Yeah, just turn off that one about
Alright, let's work. I like the sound itself, but it's just alright, sorry. Please repeat whatever you were saying.
So you're basically talking about creating a small machine, right?
I mean, I'm not saying that the manufacturing has to be done in-house. You can probably outsource that. But just coming up with like variations of the dinner, but it could be like very much different, but the same devices.
Okay, so you would just do the um, designing in North America.
Like, I brainstormed free with AI one year, but as an answer,
No, just
like,
just describe it.
so it's not like
let's
know, like how you get, notice how you're not getting down the idea because you're like, oh, hey, this,
no, this idea sucks. I'm just getting ready to shoot it down.
like, there are new ideas for cities device. A tactile or small handheld computer with multiple types of experiences. It makes for more explored tactile experience. Um, but like, flexible things like device or the connected things used to manipulate the link that small size, a small distinct device with a subtle vibration or pulsing mechanism for processing vibration and pattern. That's just a handheld vibrator. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but I'm sure that there's something to what.
Here's what stinks about this industry. Let's say you have the best idea for whatever it is. It spins, and it spins for hours. Somebody knocks it off. And they do whatever you're selling it, they sell it 1 cent more. Or 1 cent less.
No, but I'm already going to China and manufacturing.
Yeah, but even in China, there are competitors. My friend used to do this. Basically, everything that you see in like a Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid or whatever you have is created in like this one area of China. It's like this megacity. And they have this one huge factory that does most of it. So all this little plastic and metal creation is done
Anything
with.
there's like some factory there that makes how much the world good.
Like everything that you see in a CVS or like an airport, or like a 7-Eleven, all that's made in this one area. Now they have competitors, generally, because it's the cheapest to do it. So you go in there and they'll create the mold for you, they'll create the packaging for you, everything that you want, and they do it cheaper than anybody.
I guess Shark Tank, but probably like maybe like kind of a fitness product with slime guy like different slime around in the thing.
Did anybody buy it?
Yeah, I think got the slime market is like a bull market and stuff that's kind of the same. That's funny, it's like a variant of like but
What you're really going for
yeah,
is
and part I can't really get slime.
right,
So anyway,
right.
the
So
RAM,
I mean, slime has like I don't know, but I was a kid or something. Well, like my parents' generation they had Play-Doh, and I'm sure they had stuff before that. But then they had at least with my generation, they had something called GAK, GAK, which was really popular. And they had something called Loam, FLOAM. GAK was like a slime that was great, but what happens is air gets in it and dust and dirt and stuff, and you can't use it. And then you just have to throw it out. Loam was like GAK, it was like a slime, except it was a foam that you could move around. Okay, so that's all the best one. And nobody knocks you off. What's your price point? How much are you going to sell it
price is
for? Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, you know how children are. They're going to play with it for 10 minutes, and then they're not going to play with it anymore. It's not something that's going to keep them excited repeatedly. Now you may get some repeat buyers, but generally, like in my case, I got a phone and I got a gap, or I had a friend who got one, and we played with it for like 10 minutes, and then it was like, oh, like you kind of wanted to eat it. I think it was, biodegradable, non toxic, but like it came in different colors. And they had one that glowed in the dark. I mean, that was it. Like, and the reason why it was so popular is because Nickelodeon used to slime on their show, like Double Dare, and then so you thought you got like some of the slime that they got. The real slime that they made was made out of like cornstarch, water, and dye. The slime era was has come and gone. Now it could have a resurgence. Okay, so do you really want to know a good idea that I have?
I do, but let's just stay
Let's continue.
with
Okay,
slime.
absolutely.
More.
It's related. It's related.
I don't know that I would go with like the slime. But
Okay, so Shark Tank, I think I saw that one as well. And the reason why he's going to make some money is because he's a kid. It's a kid product, and he got an investor. But
here's the thing. I do think that I don't think that slime is just for kids, and then I think that there's slime about or with the investment work that would be like different ice cream variations or something like basically a single product line like of different products that were not a little like more unique than just like different colors.
okay, so it has different smell, which has some attractiveness to it. It's like the candy jelly bean. What did they do that the regular jelly bean didn't have? It had a lot more flavors than the normal amount of than your normal amount of jelly beans. Jelly beans, I think, have like maybe I don't know 8, 10 flavors. Jelly Belly comes out with honey. All right, great. So you got slime, and I think that there's something to this where you have it smell like a unique kind, but that means you need more. It's more manufacturing. It's more fragrances. Not saying it's not possible, but
Here's an idea that I had like today. It was like candle.
dude,
And there
stop,
like
stop, stop,
candle
stop,
scented scents. So
stop,
it'd be like barbecue.
stop. This is already a product. It was on Shark.
Man candle.
Absolutely, yeah. Um, they smell like popcorn and beer, and I think it's called the Man. But there are a bunch of knockoffs of it. It did very well. Um, okay, yeah, it's called Manly Indulgence. The original Man Candle, Man Cave scent. So, original Man Candle. Yeah, this is the one. They have fart smell. Oh, that's how it started. Was the fart smell, and it did really well. And so then they opened it up to beach babe. You have bacon, new car, freedom, golf course. It was on Shark Tank. It even says on their website, as seen on Shark Tank.
Yeah. Do they have? Okay. I can barbecue my building. Like, I guess considering it's burning, so I don't even know. But I guess it makes sense because you have like yeah, or whatever. But when you get a whiff of the scent of barbecue, it's there. I mean, I guess arguably it's misogynistic to say that the kind of barbecue is a man's scent, but um,
I get what you're saying. So why wouldn't you buy the bacon man candle and have that going all the time?
yeah, I think that you're kind of you're slicing your market in half if you're just marketing always try to keep it to the buyers,
Absolutely.
but I guess it's still hard in a market with the need there for the management or whatever. But still marketing is directed like that by people or whatever. But it's still like the start thing out. Maybe there's
I mean, then you're going with the Yankee Candle Company. For someone who can't, you know how many Etsy stores just make unique candle smells?
there's some markets of and see it. I guess that's kind of the
No, it's a disadvantage. That's why they have Yankee Candle Company stores. You can smell it in your life.
what's the Yankee Candle?
Oh, you don't know what the Yankee Candle is? It's they're like in every mall in America. You go in and they have all kinds of different candles. It's the biggest candle company. There's a guy who made $1 million just off the candles. He has a huge house taken up Connecticut, and it was read something like Zillow or something like that. But anyway, the Yankee Candle Company is the largest candle company in the world. But they're like they have all kinds of jars they buy that smell like sagewood and vanilla is their big one. And cookies and cream. They have every flavor that you'd ever want, or whatever, every scent that you'd ever want. Now, this was on. This is a big thing. This is bigger than you, but it's Smellovision. SMELL-O-VISION. Thing that people have been experimenting. Basically, it's the idea that you could smell something through a screen. And the way that it's done is like these little, like this is actually on it was on um, Shark Tank years ago. It was like season 1 or 2, and nobody bought it. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good product. It was just it was too early. But basically, smell-o-vision is going to be a game changer like television, where you can smell stuff. So how it works? Basically, you have a little device that emits smells that are sent electronically from whatever's being shown on television or on the internet or whatever. So what does that mean? You're watching someone barbecue, or like you're watching a cooking show. You can smell whatever it is that they're cooking, and this little device emits it. Now, what is it emitting? It has little inserts that you put in there that basically can change smells based on what it. Yeah, great analogy. Yeah. Why isn't it popular? It just is a difficult thing to do accurately, and there isn't a market for it yet, but there will be in the future.
It's like the TV show itself.
100%. Now they've done this in absolutely. They've done this in trial runs in movie theaters with limited success. So what do they do?
I went to one on Disney like 2 decades ago. I went to one
In
where
Tomorrowland? Okay.
five three has I don't know. There was also time. One year about whatever. Felt like this part we're all like, but that's funny. But they didn't make one spell that it's like, oh, the character's harder. Like,
Okay. So you've experienced smell-o-vision, and that, that's the future. And it'll be integrated in the network. No, it will be. It will be.
I don't think all technology just because it exists.
smell-o-vision, you also have taste-o-vision. Basically, you're able to eat a product that tastes like whatever you want. Now, is this for everybody? Not necessarily. When there are companies that are trying to make people buy more and more things, this is an option. And when it gets really accurate, it can be extremely successful. So what does this mean? What would it be? What's research? It's essentially like an easy bake oven that creates whatever is being made on television. And you're able to, yeah, it depends on the consistency, but generally, as I've seen, to make it as easy as possible, it's like in a pill. So basically, you're watching a cooking show and then making barbecue or whatever. Well, barbecue is really messy stuff, and you can't just, you know, import meat into a machine. But you can have little capsules that integrate different flavors in it. Just like we said, like printer ink, and some of them run lower than others depending on what you're using. And then you eat that pill, and then you can basically have an interactive experience. And then utilize for television is to be very popular, especially when companies, food companies in particular, recognize the influence that smell has. People don't know this, but just in advertising, smell is the number one sense that is linked to memory. That's a huge opportunity for marketing.
And but it seems like maybe they're for that or whatever.
It is. That's correct. But it's not necessarily. I mean, make you think like when I smell certain women's perfumes, I can link that to different women in my day, just because it's reminds me. I can even do that with different colognes I've worn. And like, I don't really wear cologne, but like I should say, like I smelled around me, and like I can tell you like certain smells were really popular when I was a younger person. Like the one that I'm thinking, it's not really a cologne, but you know what Axe body spray is?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
It is
Like, somewhere.
exactly. So it's not really a cologne, but it'd be something that like a deodorant that I would wear. And then just have like a time, like it's kind of gone by the wayside. But it would be very popular. And if I ever smell that, it just makes me think immediately of sweaty adolescent men because that's who wears that stuff. Or if I smell, so there's just things that I smell that immediately make me think of certain events and or memories. That's very important, especially in terms of selling products. So, with that said, smell-o-vision is going to be really big in taste. And this is something that was always pondered in the past. It's just how do you deliver it? And it is, just like you said, like a metal print with printer cartridges. It's a little machine. There was a guy on Shark Tank who brought on smell-o-vision. This is the first time we've seen it. We've seen this going back to the 1950s. But nobody's been able to um, emulate a good version of it or recreate a good version of it. But it will be, and there'll be some company that comes out with it, and then it'll start to catch on. And imagine, it'd be really cool if you were watching a cooking show and it smelled like barbecue or whatever you're watching. That's going to stimulate hunger. It's going to make people want to buy more and eat more food. That's an incredible way to sell products.
Yeah, I mean, I have like doubts on like the technology itself when you authentically replicate those kinds of smells. Just like a little, I mean, I don't know, I have those these little,
Yes.
like insert things.
Precise. So you can make any smell.
What are the primary smells? No one people talk about primary colors. What are the primary smells?
Yeah, they're like the primary taste. There's like unagi, sweet, sour, savory, and salty.
I have heard of that. But I was maybe you can explain it. What the fuck is umami?
That's right, umami. It's a savory taste. I always mess that up with that type of martial art. So,
Sweet, sour, salty, bitter.
that's what you probably
Uh,
should. All right,
Savory is not.
umami. Umami is savory. So it's like
Umami, soy sauce, parmesan, cheese. It's hard for me to for some reason. Tomatoes, mushrooms, soy sauce.
isn't that interesting that like, none of those taste the same?
No, I mean that just makes it even more confusing, to be honest. It's easy for someone like salt because that's an element in the sour is also kind of easy. That's just, I don't know.
So which
I've watched like multiple videos on this, and I've tried to process the information, and I'm still just like, I can't imagine it cannot be sour, it cannot be salt, it cannot be sweet, bitter, sure.
well,
Tomatoes, but they all are very like there's no a lot of taste.
I haven't. Well, I just kind of think of them as savory foods, like almost salty.
No salty, no thing. Tomatoes aren't salty. Mushrooms aren't like salty.
I know that's right. That's almost like that's the best way I can describe it. But like, um, it's difficult to describe. It's interesting that we don't really talk about it that much. I don't know why they don't just call it savory, but like, um, what is the savory to me? Reminds me of like meat, but I can see how soy sauce is in that. The weird one to me is
Savory
tomatoes.
is salty or spicy rather than
Yeah, exactly. That's how I think of it.
you're just eating salt.
Right, which is different than salty. So
Do you know the fragrance? The wheel.
yeah, so the wheel.
Or the
What are they?
uh, one floral note, one mental note, woody note, fresh note, woody note. People I will.
Yeah, this isn't accurate because there are so many other types of smells.
No, but that's like color wheel, there's also the primary test according. I mean, Oriental notes. I don't know what the fuck.
No, that's just one guy's opinion. According to
No, it's not one guy's opinion.
okay, I am, and I get the LA Times. It says there are 10 different kinds. There's fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, non-citrus, pungent. Oh, and decay, which makes more sense to me. That
You know how I know it's bullshit? Because popcorn is its own fucking like category.
yeah, but it includes butter, molasses, and fried chicken. I get what you're saying. They just kind of make like almost like a cooking smell. But the best way to describe popcorn. I'm just in agreement with you. Both them like popcorn. That doesn't really make sense. But okay, I guess we can include butter, molasses, fried chicken. All right. So what do? You get 10 of these little cartridges: fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, pungent.
You don't need more. You don't need more, but within those four, it's like this.
Within your four, whatever they're called, floral and all that, where are you going to get decay?
I don't know.
It's in none of those. It's its own thing. Where are you going to get chemical? Like kerosene and ammonia.
Every single world perfume.
No, you don't. That's another thing. That's known as a Santa Claus machine.
I don't know.
Well, we can talk about that. A machine that has every element, generally every element in it, and can create anything. It's like a 3D printer for anything. It's known as a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine. It's one of my favorite things about what you discuss. So, what you do?
Possible is there actually in progress towards that.
Yeah, I mean that's what 3D printing is. It's just 3D printing.
That's very good. That's very good. Just a more like the
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, obviously everybody.
arguably there's machines that create diamonds. That make diamonds.
I mean, that's just like a lab grown thing. No, Santa Claus produces like every element in the periodic table to make whatever you need. So it could make a car. It could make a cell phone. So long as it has, so long as it has the necessary elements, it'll make whatever you want. A lab grown diamond is only
And
from
also,
carbon.
like, it's basically like that time video. It's basically tiny.
Exactly.
So,
In a machine. That's right.
that's more, it's like challenge.
Guangzhou, in fact, it's a megacity. It's arguably the largest city in the world because it has a bunch of sub-cities around it. It's giant. It's in southern China. It depends. Americanized, it's like GHAFG.
You know what? Oh, you know what a new is? It is look it up there. That's the thing. It's like you're watching formation and all of it. But like I said,
Does it have to have a top that is wider than the base?
I feel like they all look like that something that would do. So they're higher.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So that's taller as fuck. Yep. I see it. I see it. Taller as fuck. Yeah, I see that. Have I ever seen one of those? Yeah, in the Southwest. Um, like, um, like in the
Some of them are really loud. Like,
place, like a giant place for rock on top of it. But it's generally from nation, right?
yeah, I guess rock on top of the road. Like, rock on the big rock out and on the
Right.
almost like a where the like
No shit.
not one of the know what
Are you sure that is not Inuit people? It's called an Inukshuk, dude. And of course I know what an Inukshuk is.
not the
Yeah, it's an Inukshuk. You were saying Inukshuk. Okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I thought you were saying a Inukshuk. Inukshuk. I see. Yeah. All right, are you ready for my $1 billion idea? I mean, I, I
better than the party planner.
yeah, that's not a bad one. That wasn't my um. Right, you know how people are obsessed with ASMR? Oh, yeah. So basically, it's an ASMR software where you can create anything that you want. So you can have rainbow backgrounds, and you can have different kinds of music that you want to play, and you can have basically a virtual person doing whatever you want, kissing the microphone or all the stuff that they do. But basically, it's like a choose your own adventure for any kind of ASMR. Absolutely, 100%. You could. You could have it be built. I like. I like it. In fact, I love it. Yeah, definitely. Like basically, like
Our
yeah, it does. So basically, you would type in a prompt, like you would, like take Stonehenge, and you'd have Stonehenge. You know how it's like in a circle? You could have those things like falling over, just continuously falling over and mesmerizing people with rainbow backgrounds or starry sky backgrounds or zooming backgrounds. It's basically like the like take any kind of YouTube video that you've seen that's like 12 hours to mesmerize people. You take that and then you just add ASMR features. And you sell it like Spotify. You can even integrate Spotify or Pandora with it, where people can play their music if you want it. Um, just have that integration. So basically, these are just what are known as basically back in the day visualizations, but you create that ASMR sense to it. So if you want, you could have a heartbeat playing over it. You could have, a beach visualization. You could have a like it's audio and video. So basically, you could just
That's all ASMR is, though. It's not
uh,
video.
yeah, no, video is a key component. No, ASMR can be video as well. At least, um, 'cause let me make sure ASMR doesn't come out. I thought it had to do with like people.
ASMR can be too.
Yeah, I from the alpha moves down the back of the neck and upper spine. So you definitely could do this. So like, I'm gonna give you.
Not related, but before I was there, there is light, or light use sound. But it's lightly. Potentially this ASMR, ASMR of these like hyper sexual like wavelength. This pattern, and it'll
Exactly. So it basically exists on YouTube right now in some ways. There are people who listen to like 432 hertz sound with like really serene backgrounds and they fall asleep. Basically, you would do that, but just be able to monetize it. So, is it
better.
no, this is the best. This is the best idea that you're going to hear.
This is the best. Better.
Can't be.
AI reading Rothschild and all of these different
No, we've already had this discussion.
I
Oh,
know.
excellent. I was like, "That you? That's a very good idea too, and I think that it could be very funny. Yeah, I mean, you can literally have that going at the same time. It's basically an AI generator that allows you to create ASMR content. That you could choose whatever sound you want. So you could do like Mickey Mouse reading Literotica while uh, having a scene of a serene beach, and then it just plays that back. Exactly. What are your thoughts? Oh no, no, I definitely will. People are coming here and asking if I'm living a good idea, and um, that's that's $1 billion idea.
You use ChatGPT, right?
No, 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 no.
Version has internet access.
I didn't use shit.
No, I wasn't trying to come up with that. You use ChatGPT on the free version that has internet access.
I've never used it.
So like does the AI not have I'm assuming that feature is free
What's your question?
where like
Yeah. So I don't like when it does that.
why
Well, if I wanted to search the, then it's too much like a search engine. And I understand why they do it because they're starting to want to get into that search engine. Um, didn't we talk about this? How the EU is, yeah, limiting what Google
I
can
don't
do.
know it might like have this free thing. I mean it's almost like blurring the line. Google use the AI response so that the AI
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Yeah, I think it just probably searches multiple platforms or search engines just for proprietary reasons.
I mean I brought it up version or just because I fucking had it and that I climbed yesterday my parents needed to type that version and before I took the web like none of the code ever do and web version and I say oh yeah one point point three searching like their API documentation, searching through the stack of commands, find random people's posts in another language that why and so I thought it was pretty kind of that it's still was solid code. But I looked at the documentation and say, oh, if you're using but I actually hard time multiply and then all I had to do is a piece of multiply the output from your e plus 0 1 and then they got 4. On the swap say that grab the internet function with increase like now have like mode. Before it was like right in the store, it was like no handle thing. Like free and then that's not like store like so much easier to actually stuff. I mean I know for like the goddamn year it's a good pop
So great point. Before Spotify, you could listen to all those songs on YouTube anyway. But it was a pain in the ass because you had to click on every single one, and it wasn't necessarily creating playlists for you, and it didn't give you visualizations like you know that you wanted. So basically, this just makes it easier. So what do I mean? Instead of going in and finding 432 hertz sound on a beach, which somebody has made, I could just take 432 hertz and put it on a beach, or on the moon, or in space, or in a mall, or in a factory, wherever I want the background, and it just will play it.
Then, okay.
Exactly. Not saying
Right.
do.
Right.
Exactly. And that would be really tight. And I'm telling you, that's $1 billion idea. And I'm gonna. I mean, people already hear that I'm using it. But if anything, in the future, I'm gonna make a lot of money after that. And I won't even care. I'll donate it all to charities because I won't need the money. But yeah, I mean, I'll, we'll donate it to Smell-O-Vision and Taste Research. No, are you sure it's not you? Okay, dog.
Oh, you're there.
All right. Sounds like a you problem. How did you pick? Proud. Yeah, but yeah, that ASMR software.
And they're like, are you just like, if you're not down on every ASMR clip, uh,
They could generate it, so it's just basically visualizations that it could generate.
I know that. I feel like now, I
Oh no, that's the evil thing. Here's Joe Rogan and
stuff. Yeah. But
Bill computing issues would likely arise from the visualization part. Sound is easy to do. Okay.
I was looking at this the other day. So is there a web? try that. I was like, really? AI.
You raise a really good point, and I guess people are doing it more with voices, but I imagine sound will be other sounds will be. Um, but it's just so easy to get that kind of sound. Like I wanted the same thing. I used to just have the sound of like white noise, but like a space capsule. I used to just put that we get something that sounded not using a video, creating that organic. Nobody's very few people like that right now because it's just easier to just go and get a video that already sounds like that what you want. Where people are using this with AI voices, and those are very popular applications that can use that can sound like anything that you want, anyone you can use. So
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean, I
I,
like to laugh. Maybe they added this. One guy, Mr. There's I forget that I haven't used with those different but he was talking to your voice exactly like this how you want it to sound and then to I voice last used 11 whatever you wanted however you want or
okay, I used others. I made a whole video that just that I wanted to do for moments, and actually it was Mike Myers. I told you about this. Mike Myers from um, Saturday Night Live, and it worked.
oh,
He used to do this impression of his mother-in-law, and it was a phenomenon. It's called Coffee Talk on Saturday Night Live. They did like what and I wanted that voice, and so and I could do it, but I sound like a man. I couldn't sound like a woman. And he could do it, that he sounded like a female. So I just took a sample of his voice from those Saturday Night Live, 30 seconds, and ran it into this program, and it generated a minute worth of content for me. Then I had it do Fran Drescher and Maggie well and like Janet friends.
like a minute of experience.
Here, I'll play it for you just a moment. I mean, there's one word. I had to do a little bit of editing, but not really. There's one word instead of saying rabbi, he says rabbi. And aside from that, it's like he keeps saying rabbi, rabbi, rabbi.
Have to do like R-E and then Y-E.
Yeah, I just have to do three B's or something like that. Yeah, but you're exactly right. All right, so let me get to it. I would play it on my phone, but for some reason, it's like the oh, I can do it. This device. And it was so good. It was. It's so good, and it talks all about. Yeah, just use, yeah, it's a website. Have you ever seen the show Friends? Okay, so there's a woman on it.
One,
The what? Yeah. Okay, here it is.
Sweetheart, listen to my do you know the Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi day that is Rabbi extension. Rabbi talks about it. Rabbi truly is the total package. And if you've seen that show, it leaves me burdened. Please join me with the rest of the girls and rabbis Discord server. Discord.me/rabbi. Please tell everyone about Rabbi. This is the biggest event in global history. Please share to be a truly
probably the best promotional content.
Are you serious? Isn't the voice good? Little hiccups, yeah. But here's the thing, too, Kaiser. I did not do too much editing. I was just like, you know what, I want to get this out and have it just say this. I'm fine if it doesn't sound perfect. Because I'm a perfectionist on some things, especially with some video editing. And I will sit there and make sure the audio is absolutely perfect. I did it all on my phone. So I didn't even use it, just video and phone. I know I could have made it a lot better, but I just needed to get the point across. I didn't need to make it perfect. Okay, so that's what software I use, what website. Now keep in mind that was um that was a custom voice that I created. So basically, I went to YouTube and took 30 seconds of Mike Myers doing this impression, and then plug that into this website. So it'll do any voice for you. It doesn't have to be like they didn't have like Mike Myers coffee shop voice. I had to have that. Um, Another lab not that, that I've used Natural Reader, but if you want to do yeah, so it's called voice voice coding. And that became really good. I mean, so that's the best thing. I mean, promotion for that. Okay, we're done. We're done. Now the issue with this is I just use the free version. I think it has like a minute. You can do up to like 30 seconds or up to a minute or something. Now that was a minute, but you can do like a minute per day or something for the free version. But yeah, it's a really simple website. Basically, upload your voice to it or clone it from an audio file, and it'll create whatever you want. And you give it your script.
It's already like there's a lot of
There are, but most of them are.
locally, and then you're not.
Yeah, well, that's why I use Super because it allows you to do. Oh, I know what I did. You just keep creating accounts. So you can do as
Train for on what audio.
Yeah, I think it wasn't a minute, it was 1,000 minutes. I think that's what it is.
ASMR.
You can try that. It's really a visual, I think.
I don't know why you think that as you know, the line to or it's more focused on the
Um, well, that's a good point. I would say the reason why the audio or video is because video is and
not
anyone,
an ASMR.
well, it's both an AI.
Okay, wait. ASMR is like basically what the movie is like the audio version of the picture.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when you mentioned the fidget spinner, that's what I said. That's what I began to throw. Okay, and I can use it as a fidget spinner in it as well. But,
It's
basically,
kind of like the visual equivalents of the know if it counts as ASMR, but like videos of like, oh, this is so satisfying. Come on, like, whatever a guy painting or
exactly, exactly. Have you ever been to the Reddit? Okay, just it would just be stuff like that, like people painting a pickleball court, people like filling jars of paint of different colors, people doing like really cool tricks on a skateboard.
like satisfying to watch videos.
Yeah, to some extent, aspect of it.
Right?
Yeah, it can
Playing.
exactly. It can have ASMR elements. So just the wave going back and forth is just very serene and very calming, and that might be better for people. The latter. So you just create your own. But basically, it would be based on what's popular on YouTube. Like you could, I mean,
Oh, so okay, so
you don't need YouTube. You could literally, it's just you. You have a prompt. What kind of ASMR, stimulation you want today? And it would be like, I want 432 hertz sound flying through space. Enter, and it would just generate. You're flying through space, and it's a 432 hertz sound. You could be like, no, I don't want the flying through space where I see planets. I only want to see stars. And then it would just show you the stars. And then you'd be like, yeah, but I don't want the stars to be white. I want them to be multicolored stars. And then it would just be multicolored.
I guess that sound as well as like the sound of the wind,
Oh, absolutely.
whale sound.
Absolutely. So you type, in addition to having 432 hertz, every 3 minutes, I want you to have the sound of someone snoring for 10 seconds, or randomly placed, or for an entire hour, or 30 hours. I want you to have the sound of, in 8 hours, I want you to play horns because I have to wake to an alarm. I want you to have just remove all the sound. I just want you to play instrumental jazz, and it will just create all of these things.
And I think we'll subscribe to this application.
Like I would to Spotify, yeah. So you would just start it at like $4.99 a month or whatever, and you got to think there's no, um, you don't have to buy any artist rights or anything because all it's all AI created. Now let's say somebody was like, I want to listen to Taylor Swift when I do it. That's fine. It has a Spotify plugin, and you put Spotify information in, and it'll play. But that's Spotify. That's not this. This is just visualization and generic sounds.
Do you think the AI will have a problem?
It doesn't now. I mean, it will create an entire symphony for you in 1 minute or in 1 second. So it'll be easy. And that's like no, no.
Where's the progress? I don't know what.
Exactly.
That's like
I mean, just now the key. I mean, I'll be able to sell the software because I have so much data that anything that I think is cool will be just the coolest thing on earth. So my endorsement will just put the seal of approval on it. But I want it to have a really good name. ASMR is too wordy. It's got to have a name like what was no, they don't. Spotify doesn't have the word music in it, and people recognize that.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it should be like
Dog, what's the name of those maces with the rock on top? There you go. That's what it's called.
that's a good name.
Yes,
Such a good word.
it is.
It's like
Exactly. We just kind of I'm in
so
agreement
you
with you.
pick
Yeah, it sounds like and it sounds like voodoo. So here's the thing: it's it rhymes.
is there
Convenient. It's like YouTube, but hoodoo. It sounds similar to that too.
tube sounds
It's like, which was built off
that's
what was once known as the boob tube, which was a nickname for television. Yeah, boob tube. People used to say, instead of saying, hey, what are you watching on television? They say, hey, what's on the boob tube?
Where was that?
Popular from like 1960, maybe even 19. Probably not as early as 1960. But like 1990, it was very Urban Dictionary.
Right? Already?
Yeah. So the boot tube was a 1973 character soap operas and TV commercial. It's slang for a television set. So that became popular, and then YouTube took that name and Google bought YouTube, and then we're going to have Voodoo.
And move. You That's so fun. Yeah, like you stand on television. It's not a stand television.
A soapbox? Oh, soapbox. Uh, so back in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, but even perhaps before that, that's when this became popular. You would, if you wanted to get your opinion out, you would stand at a street corner, and in order to be a little bit higher so people could see you, you would stand on the soapbox, and that's where that phrase came from. So you'd be like, "I'm starting to get off my soapbox right now," or whatever, but that would mean like I'm stepping down, and I'm no longer going to talk about this given subject.
Right. So it's nothing to do with television.
No, there's soap opera. That's different. Soap opera came from it was a play on the idea of many of the advertisers in the early days of what would be called dramatization, like soap operas that come out, would have advertisers, and because their audience was generally housewives or stay-at-home moms, so to speak, females, and they were the people who would make purchases in the house, many of the advertisers were soap companies. So they call them soap operas as a play on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I got it. You want to watch so fun. So they're referring to the TV as so fun. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Maybe I'm pretty what ASMR.
That's
Actually, ASMR.
would
So those ASMR the speed already exists.
yeah, basically like sound effects and Voodoo. Even if somebody comes out with this product, just name it Voodoo is going to beat them. It's like a brilliant.
I agree. And it seems like perhaps the other platform so that's why ASMR and like talk to AI. So if you're talking to AI site and it's like has to be like, oh, you want urine, you
Yeah,
a lot of things. Like,
that's not cool. You want custom speech.
ASMR, that's the thing. Not, it's not really about text speaking, it's about text for sound, which is really different.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I can speak on the generates. I don't know. Maybe the definition of ASMR is too bad because their grammar, like ASMR voices are like, to me, ASMR is not a voice.
Right. It's like sound effects.
Yeah, but
Though it could
for some
be.
reason there's something called an ASMR voice generator, which is a voice software that uses our phone.
Right. I'm in agreement. It sounds like they're just trying to market an AI voice cloner for ASMR purposes. So they call it an ASMR voice generator, but it's really just voice clones that are used in ASMR videos or for
Yeah,
ASMR purposes.
they're overlapping definitions, so far away from.
Right.
But
I mean, I guess it could if you had a voice that generated ASMR stimulation. But I guess that's an ASMR voice. But then isn't every voice an ASMR voice?
yeah,
Right.
I don't think voices ASMR. ASMR is like cracking sound, like listening, cutting words, or like
Sound effect.
hand openers.
I'm in agreement with you. That's generally how it's used. But I guess it's anything that generates an ASMR response. It's an ASMR. Like a voice could do that.
Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I don't know. Is that like that time?
No, not at all. I mean, you could do voices, but that would be secondarily.
There's billion types of things up there. It's like it's way too much of the world.
Yeah, unless you wanted somebody to beat up on you or something like that, which this could do, which Voodoo could do. But generally, it's going to be sound that stimulate ASMR responses. You know, do really like sound. They like give people chills. So what would that be? What would that be? I mean, I think that like sound, like the sound of rain on a tin roof generates those kinds. So you just like the sound of rain on a tin roof, outside window rain. It would just create that kind of picture for you, a visualization for you. So it would just sound like sound of rain on a roof, like you were looking out of a window. But then you could change it to be like sound of waves on a beach with the beach scene, and it would just take you there, take you to that. And all of this is really royalty free. So it's not like you have to pay somebody for their license of a beach or anything like that. It would literally be generated for you. And you could make it, I want it to be an anime beach, and you make it an anime beach. Or you could make it, I want it to be photorealistic, and it would do that. I want it to be this certain beach from Google Maps. Okay, and it could do that. All of this is royalty free, essentially.
Right. But an opportunity to do for I have but I think that's right.
Yeah, and that's what you're paying. So that's why it's different than just YouTube or Google Images or something because you're actually doing AI generation of all those. And it needs to learn from somewhere. So it's learning data that is YouTube and Google Maps. And then
You're like a,
it could have curate things for you, things that you didn't even know you liked in ASMR world. Like like rainbow colors. Yeah, exactly. Like a Spotify playlist. You have an ASMR playlist.
I mean, I like the idea also you mentioned about being able to overlay the ASMR onto what you're doing.
Yes, and that's where you would connect it to Pandora or Spotify or whatever.
Yeah, and that's
Totally do it. Absolutely. It just needs to plug it into Spotify.
right. And do you have any marketing
The
at
name
all
the
of
name
this
sells it.
create?
Hoodoo sells it. I mean that's a winning name. How do you market it? You just would have to
Right.
have, you would just have some people to know that it exists. So I would just use it and people would see what I would do. But also you just have um, other influencers use it.
Writing on Reddit, Reddit thread.
Exactly. Absolutely. Basically, you just do oddly satisfying on Reddit. Like, have you been, go on Reddit right now, go to oddly satisfying. I'll do it with you. It's hard work, oddly satisfying. Now, you can also do oddly erotic. That's another thing. So, I'm seeing this kid stacking cups, which is oddly satisfying to some
There's 12 million people.
people. Dude, it's giant. Oddly satisfying is one of the biggest, biggest
Sucking things.
exactly. So a lot of people would get satisfaction out of it. Maybe they don't want some fat kid with a ceiling fan in the background. They just want it to be done natural, like digitally. It just you could say I wanted to have a beat
Don't
background.
even need, I guess, to Reddit.
Where I really think it would be big is go to oddly erotic because this trigger. All right, so there are some things that wouldn't work, but like go to equipment for aerial Arctic fitness training. If you just see this one person who's being like tossed around, you see that it's like a third thing down. Yeah, so it's like a person. Yeah, not everybody's perfect. Or they just don't know that. No, it could be newer. Don't judge a book by its cover. Look at this like woman.
Aerial.
Yeah. So there are people who would just be mesmerized for hours just watching a hot chick be in this kind of contraption and playing different sounds just be very erotic. I'm trying to see. Okay, here. Go to here's one.
Going to be getting
Absolutely not. Go to minute and fueling. It's like the four more down. Yeah. So people would just find that to be extremely calming and erotic and satisfying. Um, so just that's not even a really good. Uh, like these are just some like I've really done stuff. Well, exactly. Okay. So if we go to there, that's so the best one, what is infinite loop? You're gonna be like, this only has 40 members. That's fine. Actually, no, don't do that. Um, I mean, that's not. That's, go to. Are you on your phone? You're on a computer. Um, loop. Uh, let's see. Okay. Okay. Just instead of that, type in better every minute. Minute forward slash better every. Yeah. So this isn't. Is it like some guy in like a circus?
Yeah.
You would see how this would mesmerize people for hours. Okay. So like the next one with the horses, it says just horses just running past the screen would make people excited. These are still not exactly what I thought. So ideally, visualizations is let's see here.
Kind of.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff right.
Like the one where like the
Exactly. Exactly. Um, so those are usually known as but
so right, what are calling like um,
okay. Community. Okay, here's go to yeah, living back. Reddit living back. That kind of shit is what I really think of when I think of that visual.
Rabbi, you're gonna have a follower, follow.
1,000. Okay, so go to r/living back. You see, like the first, you don't have to put it, but the first thing says 4K abstract electric field motion. Go down a little more, go to
Yeah,
Starburst, living back. It's the reason why I say that.
living
It's just close.
starter.
Yeah, the reason why I say that is just you don't have to think right. Though what I really like is abstract paint. I think that's just cool as fuck. Okay, go down two more. It says bring 4K living background.
Hours.
I mean, can't you see how people would just watch this for indefinite amounts of time?
There's like lava lamp.
Exactly. People love that shit. That's why the lava lamp became popular. And Hoodoo is oh dude, Hoodoo also sounds like Hulu. And Hoodoo is gonna have all that shit.
Yeah, I wonder if I like edit like incorporating as many ooh sounds into the word somehow like
It, it could, but it's really fun. Cockstock would work.
I guess that's a good that's the rhyme. It rhymes and I was like that. You and two just not
Right,
that's the
but the YouTube became popular because BoobTube. The reason why BoobTube worked is because it rhymed.
yeah.
Precisely. Yeah. No, I just wanted you to go to those visualizations. Once you saw the visualization, you can see that you understand what I'm referencing, right? Like just these like liminal space kind of ideas that it's just it could be in another world, it could be in another universe, another dimension, whatever. Uh, I just I think Voodoo it markets itself. Like basically, if you like ASMR, you'll love Voodoo.
And it's funny how at the same time as present to you, you know,
That is serendipity. Yeah.
incredible timing. And it's funny that you're got the perfect name of like what is it, miracle name or whatever. And it's like, oh, like that incredibly stellar for me. Yeah.
And that's it. It's just like, and you summarized it. I like it because it's nuanced, but it's the meaning of it that,
It has everything.
yeah,
Everything. It has the philosophical concept and the perfect balance.
right. And you know those hoodoos, the ones with geometric or geological formation, it leaves you in awe. Like, how did that happen? And then on top,
So that's like the meaning behind the actual word. It's like uh, mysterious, incredibly formation.
right. And
It works.
you said something else. Oh, well, and then there's the like beauty of the rock, like the layers of the rock. That's like it's perfect. It tells a story, and it makes you think about like all of the history that occurred to make that formation. Then it's the awe of how this
All
came.
the all the necessary that the main way like
There's that too. That's a great point. Now you named something else that could be another kind of software. So I've got Voodoo, but Inkwik, what'd you call it?
inertia.
A Nookshook. That's something else. So we have to come up with whatever that is. But I don't think you call it Nookshook. You just call it Nookshook.
A
No, 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 don't do that. Just Nookshook. It's better. What is a Nookshook? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. So imagine you have Hoodoo, which is uh, the ASMR software. Take your phone, you just like fire. Okay. A Nookshook is a device that connects to your Hoodoo that provides ASMR stimulation to your fingers. So what could that be? I'm thinking of it being like a Bluetooth device that might run on Wi-Fi in the future, where it can morph into anything that you want. Like it could be okay. So I'm not talking like shape shifting thing, but it could be. I guess it would be the brand. It would be Nookshuk, and then like let's say you wanted it to be a fidget spinner. There could be a fidget spinner version of that where it makes all kinds of lights and colors and could vibrate to the different sounds that you're seeing on your television, your phone, or whatever. But really, what I'm thinking is
basically it's a Santa Claus machine with physical ASMR.
close. Yeah, close. Okay, but where have I seen this? Oh, I know, or felt something like this. Do you know what Strip Armstrong is? Okay, so Stretch Armstrong was a toy in the 1970s and had a resurgence in the 1990s. Okay, just look up Stretch Armstrong toy.
Like kind of
You can stretch his arm, and it has this like gel inside of it that can make it like it could just be anything that you wanted. So imagine like this thing that you can pull on and it would morph. Yeah, like Gumby. There you go. There you go. Like Gumby, like that. Like rubbery like substance. So that's a nook shook. But nook shook is a
I thought it was next shift.
nook shook's a brand. So nook shook, you have like the nook shook Gumby, the nook shook
see like
spinner.
all sorts of like the stretch arms comfy thing of like one
Exactly. Exactly. So it's exactly that's what it's the brand. So you have the nook shook spinner, which is like a fidget spinner that connects to the app and like goes in the sound of the, the sound.
Are you ever satisfied that your brain satisfied as or are you like an instruction
But imagine the imagine the nook shook Gumby. I think that's a great point. I don't know. It's probably trademark. Um, it yeah, it probably would be. So you just call it everything rhymes. Nook shook gum cum or whatever. Nook shook nook shook nook shook gum bum. Nook shook gum sum. Whatever. Just have it everything rhyme.
Yeah, rhyming is the key to making a successful thing.
Exactly. There's only two types of humor that are more powerful than rhyming that I've
One is
found.
a pun.
Yeah,
One is a pun.
that's correct.
One is
But the highest kind is non-verbal, like mime, is like the highest because it appeals to the most amount of people. And a simple one of this is just falling down. Falling down, you can show falling down to a baby and they think it's funny. You can show falling down to someone in China and they think it's funny. You show falling down to someone in Argentina, they think it's funny. It's just, it appeals to the most amount of people. Does that make sense?
yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know if I agree with like mime humor is the funniest humor, if that's what you mean, but I agree like it reaches the most amount of people.
Well, there's that, but it is, meaning, like, imagine you have a sitcom, and I don't care what the sitcom is.
You're saying that non-verbal humor is the most potent form of humor,
Yeah.
and you agree with that?
I think if you look at the amount of laughs that you would get, like in a sitcom, imagine a sitcom. You could have a rhyme, that would be cool. You could have alliteration, that would be a little less cool. You could have a really good pun, which is really good. Or you could have somebody who does slapstick falling down. That the moment when they do the falling down, it will have the loudest laugh. Same in theater.
I mean, I feel like when when you introduce like physical props, it definitely adds that layer to it, the busker type of layer to it.
I'm not talking props though. I'm talking simply human physical.
Well, no, props are nonverbal, right?
Yeah, those are
Props
funny.
nonverbal, right?
Yeah, those are funny. But I'm saying you don't even need props. But
No, I was just saying, like, as a, I don't know,
wait, I'm in
like
agreement.
more common.
I'm in agreement with you though. Props are an important element to humor and are very much underrated and not seen as um, important in with comedians, but they're very much underappreciated. So, like the guy, did you? I'm sure you didn't, but did you watch Kill Tony this last week?
No.
Okay, the guest was Carrot Top. Have you ever seen Carrot Top's? Do you know who Carrot Top is?
I know who it is. No, famous. I don't think he's a musician.
He's had some movies, but he's a comedian. He's had a show in Las Vegas for 30 straight years, which is really difficult to do. And what this show is he's a prop comic. And one reason why he's been so successful is because it's easy for him to just have props that people think are funny. What's difficult for him to do, and why prop comics generally in comedy did not get a lot of love, is because it's seen as hokey. It's seen as corny. A lot of the things that they have to do. It's just sometimes they're not that creative. And then on top of that, they have to carry around like a suitcase full of props. So a lot of times people just think that it's not a very creative art, but it is. In fact, prop comics are some of
It's crazy that I have not.
yeah, no, I
I
would
studied like some weird owl, weird. I think he, I guess, I don't know. Maybe he inspired this being trained on also part of his personality. I guess, yeah. The weirder he kind of accelerate the joke, or the reaction to the joke.
um well okay, do you know who the prop comic was Gallagher?
He's also talking during it, so he's talking during it as well.
Yeah, I mean he tells jokes. But like then he goes into his he's got like a not a suitcase, but like um like an armoire thing that's full of his like a his props.
He's put bandit with it. That's much fun.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically like a big piece of luggage. Okay, so did you ever see he's died, but the comedian Gallagher? He used to get like no one like no Karen Tucker didn't die. So he's 60 years old, which in my head he's always gonna be like in his 20s. But no, Gallagher died. So Gallagher was a comedian, and his big thing that he would do is he would have the front row of his shows have plastic over them, and then he would break watermelons. Have you ever seen this guy? he would smash watermelons with a mallet, and people used to go crazy over it. And it would make a huge mess, but people really liked to be in the front row because it was a performative art that actually touched them, like they get shit on them, if that makes sense. They'd have to wear like ponchos.
know, normal at Niagara Falls,
100% correct.
very,
100% correct.
many of that tied into the SMR,
Yeah, with the nupchuck,
ASMR is not humorous.
it could be. It could be. Okay, so how would you make ASMR humorous? I mean, just using the hoodoo, you would just say, please create a scene for me of a very serene background at 132 hertz, but at random intervals, integrate comedic ASMR. And like, what would that be?
No. Integrate non-verbal
Oh wait, that's different. But it could. So you would have your nook nook.
the watermelon smash visual,
It's physics. And
and with the that's the version based on watermelon beyond
hold on,
that might also be a rock formation.
hold on. That's that's what I'm sure you probably heard this. That's what's known as haptic feedback. You know those suits that people wear in video games?
Not
Yeah, it could. It could make it feel like there's water on you with like temperature.
telling
No, it can make you feel like that though. It could stimulate your sensory system to think that it's water. Now, a better way to probably do that is using like a brain computer interface, trick your brain into thinking that it's wet when nothing's touching
that. I mean, happen.
you. That's,
How far away? How much progress have we actually made?
well, the first
As
brain
well as
the first brain computer interface has already taken place, and actually the first three. The first one's no.
actually, and that's basically just like a connection.
It does, yeah. It uses,
That's
yeah, it uses Bluetooth. I mean, yeah, he's able to. The guy Nolan Atkinson, he's able to use a mouse cursor using his brain, but the key point that they wanted it, for which they wanted it, is to be able to send Bluetooth signals between the end of his spine that works and then jump the gap where his spine is broken and into the bottom part of his body so that he's able to move his leg.
Nervous system.
Both. Yeah, that's why they put the brain computer in it. He isn't able to move his legs yet, but they work on it.
Basically, it's like airlift repair, like wire repairing broken wires, like the nervous system, fixing the wire, brain.
It's not that so much because in that scenario, you're using wires that are continuous. This would more be like having a road that gets detached, and then instead of re-completing the road, people just go through a portal from one end of the road, and then it automatically brings them to the
Okay, so they're not like stem cell, like damage or whatever.
other. That's another kind of project that is being worked on. But this one in particular is to send a signal from one end of the spine that works to another part of the spine that doesn't, and continuously send a signal. So it's like, how could we think of this as a telephone? It would be like normally you have a telephone wire that works on a cable, but if you split that cable, instead of reattaching it, which is what we're talking about with stem cells and all that, and that's something they're working on as well. Instead of doing that, you just send the message wires from one end of the cable to the other detached end of the cable, basically mimicking a completed circuit.
So they have on the other end.
How about it? Dude,
Also, it's almost like uh,
yes, it is.
two who
And I've always been very skeptical. Talk about it was the reason why they named it that was the Norwegian or Nordic king, but there's no evidence that this king existed. Another one that's like this that was chosen because of this, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't stand for anything. It's a play on words of lo-fi and hi-fi, which were a type of music and type of audio. But they needed a catch.
high frequency of the north frequency like
It's I mean, you can consider it that that's kind of like what an acronym is, but no, it's just it was something that rhymed that would catch on with other Wi-Fi.
right. And five
I believe it. I believe it means fidelity.
actually is
Yeah. So hi-fi means high fidelity. It's an electronic system for reproducing high fidelity radio recordings. So they needed a name that was catchy, but Wi-Fi doesn't stand.
well, I mean, hi-fi also fine, you know. It's not like hi-fi is not. It sounds too much like hi-fi.
was around before the high five. The high five has only been something that's been around since the 1970s. Now, at least giving it a name.
What about the hand stick?
That's been around for.
I know it as for 302. Like, hey, I'm fine. And like a cool like handshake.
It didn't have a name.
Okay. That's,
The high five, the hand gesture, raise one hand. Yeah, I found this to be very interesting. Origin.
why did they call it the super class?
The use of the phrases and noun has been part of the Oxford English Dictionary since 1980 and a verb since 1981. And you think that it was around a long time before that? Okay, I would. But at least as a name. The high five originated from the low five, which has been part of African American culture since the 1920s. The exact transition from a low five to a high is unknown, though many theories exist about its inception. So basically, like, it only, the whole, like, flat some skin and some skin, five is, hasn't been, maybe people have been doing it for thousands of years, which I'm sure to some extent, but it didn't have a name. Exactly. And so when you look at sports people, they weren't doing this before the 1970s. So like you watch like Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and Mickey Mantle, they high five. They would shake each other's hands.
Some guy in the 70s got the disco, uh, head warmer, leg warmer, ear, like fuzzy little, or they, ear muff, leg warmer, you got it, like, no, it's like, a little more expanded, little did they know that super class was like, first,
October 2nd, 1977. October 2nd, 1977 is considered like the first most public one. It happened in a major league game. Yeah. It was between Dusty Baker and Glenn Burke of the Dodger Stadium, the last day of Major League Baseball season. It was in the sixth inning. Baker hit a home run off Houston Astros pitcher Tyler Richard. It was Baker's 30th home run of the season, making the Dodgers the first team ever to have four hitters with at least 30 home runs in a single season. As journalist John Llewellyn tells the story, it was a wild, triumphant, momentous moment and a good omen for the Dodgers headed to the playoffs. Bird waved on deck, thrust his hand enthusiastically over his head to greet his friends at the plate. Baker, not knowing what to expect, his hand was up in the air and he was arching way back. His Baker, so I reached up and I hit his hand. It seemed like, but isn't that weird that like it's so ingrained in us, the high five, but it's only been around for like popularly 50 years.
I mean, that means that my parents basically, when they were younger, they're probably, I don't know, they would have learned this. So,
Like the idea is that your grandparents didn't high five; they would shake each other's hands.
or even the fist bump, even like, fist bump,
Well, now
it was always normal.
that's even more modern. That came about in my head. Right? The fist pump was September of 19. It was in Australia. Yeah, I mean, I know as a kid, we never fist bumped. I never saw it until the late 90s, maybe. It was like the first time. Even later, it wasn't even. And then there's something that I saw during the pandemic because you couldn't shake hands, you couldn't fist bump. It was like this thing that originally,
Elbow.
it's like when you slap your forearms together, and that came from Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco. They were known as the Bash Brothers, and whenever they hit a home run, they would do that.
Yeah. I don't know.
My cousin, he didn't have this. He saw it in the movie, but it was this thing that I remember doing with him. Um, okay, so can you see me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so imagine you're going for a high five. You purposefully miss on the high five, and you slap hands on the bottom.
No, good. I mean, all kinds of elaborate.
Right. Um, the elbow one, I think, probably came about during the pandemic. Nobody did that. And nobody does it now. It's just like temporary. Um, yeah. I think the the forearms together will become more popular in the future because people are they just have been since the pandemic aren't so comfortable with the handshake or even the fist bump. They don't like to touch each other basically. The forearm allows for
Or just kiss on the cheek and breathing.
yeah,
That has to be around for a very long time. And how we can, I mean,
that's it.
there's some guys who are way back when, but
That's a Europe
no,
that's a European thing, but it's not it's like a continental European thing. I guess it's done in Britain as well, but that is not normal behavior in the United States. Even the hug as, as a greeting in the United States is not a thing until like the nods, the 0 0. Unless they're with your family.
causes,
It has,
causes zero zero.
it has two names. It has two names. People call it the aughts, AUGHTS, and then it's also called the knots, NOUGHTS. I like to call it the knots. It's like I like to call them like the naughty aunties. But because that's like basically when I was a teenager or something.
Oh, so after, okay, it's not like after the, after 2000.
Yeah. So you know, after 9/11,
Oh no, it's only the decade from 2000 to
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people don't want to call them the zeros because it doesn't make sense. Like you would call it the tens, and we're in the 20s now, so you call them the up.
why would people be to going in zeros and O's?
I think because the term zero has a negative connotation.
And that seems very discriminatory to zero. Zero can also be positive, like there's zero kind of thing wrong.
I mean, when you call someone a zero, that's a negative. Don't hang out with them. They're a zero.
No, but zero goes for zero has been where around way longer than zero has been. So the first person to call someone zero,
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. If they're, Dodgers. But
Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
Dusty Baker. If you call someone Dusty, that's also probably that's worse than being called a hero.
I think it could be. He was a manager as well for the Anaheim Angels. He's a good manager. He's always had a team time with him. I don't know. I just know. I Now that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but okay. So imagine this. Imagine this. Okay, so I think the uh, original intent of the toothpick was to clean your teeth. So we have floss and flossers that do that now, much more efficiently than like a piece of wood. But imagine a toothpick like shape, but made out of whatever they make candy canes out of, like peppermint.
Basically, what happens to a
Exactly. But just with a with
turn
a
into a car bicycle.
hold on, but with a not a sharp end, so just a dull end.
I don't know whatever it is.
It's made out of candy canes.
Oh, okay, when you because maybe like a cell and then rub it in your mouth.
It would be like but like there's another thing about those terms. Basically, if you wanted that toothpick look, but it had a purpose and it would smell good, you pick toothpicks. You,
That's it.
you pick you pick toothpicks. It seems like pancakes
What
have
what flavor is the toothpick on the
mint. Mint had its own spot, so it'd be like mint and spearmint. Here's the issue that we're gonna encounter is what happens if you swallow it. And I think that it's gonna be soft enough that it doesn't stab, but still smell good in your mouth, and you could play around with it in your mouth like a toothpick. Got shoved in your mouth.
people in the history of stuff.
Like, I'm not saying a lot, but I'm thinking about children who put things in their mouth that could be sharp.
I have here, like, having a toothpick, I know, like,
Right. Or
down on it.
exactly, or side to side.
And like, it's not a bag, it's decent, flexible.
I agree with you. Like an alligator. That scares me as well. So you would think that a toothpick is not going to break, but a U-pick toothpick would break. It would just break like a candy.
Yeah. And it's actually the purpose of toothpick is for starters and hamburgers.
But think about this. Oh yeah, yeah, good point. Those hurt a lot of people every day, like in club sandwiches and stuff.
You can stab you can stab your someone high and
You absolutely could. And you just like you were saying,
no,
right? All of that. Basically, they make the little swords that it's all plastic or wood that can hurt people, and it hurts people every year. So we need to replace those with whatever they make candy canes out of, but they don't have to be flavored necessarily if they're going to go in a club sandwich or whatever. They could just go. They're just. They're basically edible.
make them like use the word.
Perfect. Or just no flavor. You don't want it to affect the flavor. So there are multiple kinds. There's kind that you can use in like a drink for like cherries or martini for like a lemon wedge or lemon twist. Or you could have, but those still can hurt people. So you have the whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavor. Basically, what we're talking about is just edible food.
So,
Well, there are two. There are two kinds. There's flavorless that you use in other foods to keep it together or decoration or whatever. And then there's the flavor kind that you use as an after a breath freshener.
you add the
Yes. So, like, let's say you bite into a sandwich. You know the ones with the little flag on them or whatever. Like, if you like one of those, that can hurt. But with the use of toothpick, it's just gonna and it's not going to affect the food. In fact, you could steep it in there, and it would just be like a little crunchy part, but it would have no taste. This is a brilliant idea. And aside from being a brilliant idea, I love brilliant ideas, but I love safety more than just about anything. So this is a very safe idea. And there are people who hurt themselves on this kind of stuff. They, I bet you, we're going to look at the field out. How many people choke on like toothpicks a year? At the emergency room. Not at the finish that to him. A dangerously tasty treat. The hot dog is a children's book. I think hot dogs. We can talk about that. Um. So, according to the Consumer Products Study from 1984, approximately 8,176 people suffer toothpick-related injuries severe enough to send them to emergency rooms each year. Now, that's 1984. I don't think toothpicks are as popular nowadays. But nevertheless, that's like 10,000 people a year. That's a lot. And I'm going to help those people.
no way.
Yeah, 8,176. Well, that was, hold on. That was in 1984. And that's just in the United States. Probably globally, it's way over 10,000. Yeah, going to the emergency. So if you're just looking at toothpick injuries per year, it's probably 100,000.
Oh, so going to the ER and
Yeah.
I would not think they're there. I think people would tell us that
How are you, Sharon? How you living, man? Gee, how'd you find out about me, Shenron? No way, I'm on 4chan? Yeah, I don't know if 4chan would be okay, but that could be. I've tried so hard to go viral on 4chan. No, I don't ever go on there. I've been on there a grand total, and I'm on the internet 24 hours a day. On
Have like one time in your life.
I don't I don't like the format, but really, I've been on there a grand total of like less than 10 times in my entire life. And one of
Disappointed that mess.
dude, same here, dude. We are brothers in that. I I I'm in agreement with you. And we need to. There needs to be like a like a library. All of them. No, they're not. They have a bunch of them in the middle of the desert that nobody knows about, or nobody has named. They need to be named and numbered. Oh yeah, those are the best guys. Those are the best guys.
Where all the new global.
You just need AI robots, that little dog that's gonna like take over the world. Just send them out into the desert and do Google of the whole desert. I talked about this before, and I heard Google was doing this. And then also we want to be able to map the seafood. So basically, in the future, you should be able to take Google Street View anywhere in the world. Just that street. You know what is a really good product?
What made you mad to how they're gonna reach out? Color? Desert?
Stolen. It'd just be drones.
Oh, drones can drones.
The way that I see drones power themselves is on electrical lines. They just have to get close to the electrical line, and the electrical lines give off like electrical radiation, and they can charge themselves.
How far they
That's an excellent point.
power.
So could just have like little power stations in the middle of the desert where they can be charged.
Should put a line. Never mind.
No, they don't even need to do that. We could just do this with helicopters really efficiently. Just basically Google Street View with helicopters. They wouldn't take that long. It would probably take a week to map out the whole western part of the United States. They just do grids back and forth.
But how you want
Yeah. So basically, no, I want to be able to see it in three dimensions.
robot dog. You know, that,
Yeah, so but in the rainforest, I would say drones are probably be better, and they could just powered perhaps by solar. They just fly underneath the canopy, fly above the canopy to recharge.
and I'm,
Once we have more efficient solar batteries, and you only need to do it.
like, canopy or enough, like, well,
You only need to do this like once every few years just to get updates. It's not like that. So that would be ideal.
and this is just so that like the tracker and
Precisely. Yeah. In fact, I think
now that is a good idea for whoever came up with
oh yeah.
that.
That's
Really good.
right, but this would be anywhere in the world.
Including underwater.
But it probably would be better. So I'm not sure what
Underwater.
2/3 of the whole game is that. It's the Earth is 2/3 rock. No, but you could do the terrain like basically in
Blue. I mean, honestly, we're talking about knowledge, you know, this kind of northwest, so I must be somewhere where the water is pretty shallow.
people kind of do that on Reddit. So Reddit is known as where was this taken?
Oh,
It's just pictures from like
that's not good.
yeah, it's very but
Wow.
it has to do with history as well. So basically it'll be like people in an old picture of like with a Grand Canyon background from like the 1970s, and people would be like, "What? Where was this taken?" It was like an old family photo that they found,
Yeah,
and then you get these
early
experts.
in the 60s.
Yeah, these experts will be like, "Oh, that was from 1962 because that rock formation fell in 1970."
Good job. Some guy found it on Google Maps.
Dude, voodoo is a fucking
I'm surprised. I mean, I want to know now I can find out the answer to how many companies use their work.
Oh, I know what I said. You know what the name of what company I really like is Snoo. Do you know what Snoo is? Oh, dude, I don't have kids, but I'm all about this fucking machine. It's like a Snoo is a baby crate baby cradle that automatically get all kinds of data when your child is asleep. And I'm in the Snooze subreddit. I look at people's, I mean, I don't look at not their kids, but the data from their sleep patterns because you can tell like babies who are like really comfortable versus babies who are like restless at night. But it's just like a little just look up what it's let that go home. But it's just like a little automatic rocker for a baby. Here's the thing though, they're super expensive. They're like thousands of dollars to the point where parents don't even buy them, they just rent them. Or they'll give them to like other parents. They're very expensive. But they're parents say they're worth every penny because they're baby it allows the parent to get more sleep. But I love that you could. You definitely could, but it would probably cost you more than Snooze. Snooze like $100 or something. Without you could. Yeah, but I mean but I mean you don't know that it's but you don't know if it's made like at the right rocking for a baby. Like the Snooze was I think it was founded by a doctor. That's true. But I mean imagine you're gonna okay, so they're $1,600. So imagine you have, I don't know, one kid it's $600. But if you have 10 kids, then it's $160 each. Can you really beat that in terms of price? It's an excellent point. It's not giving my money. Done. I am. I love that's right. That's right. For the price of four coffees a day, for the price of four coffees a month, you can have your child be rocked into slumberland. No, that's what it's like. These people are super. I mean, I'm into the data because they have this thing that it just like. I mean, sleep has always been fascinating to me. I've had sleep studies. I have sleep apnea. I have a CPAP machine. It runs in my family. And I feel like there's a. I don't. I no, you're absolutely right. I can't. Okay, so I cannot wear it at night without having severe. Um, I don't wear it. I don't. I always end up subconsciously picking it up. So I almost like I can't keep it. There's a population going up. Yeah, exactly. Um, I feel like I'm being suffocated. Yeah, yeah. I stopped breathing. Um, yeah, not you're just you're. It's like because you're snoring. So yeah, you stop breathing the night. And so I got this app on my phone. That was the other thing too. So I used to try to wear, it. And I did with girls, and it was kind of this embarrassing. Like like I didn't want to wear it with them unless I was with a girl for a long time. And then I started. No, it's just like I felt like a robot. Like, hey, we're like trying to snuggle, and then I've got to wear this mask. And it's a pain in the ass. make this. So now that's something I don't like. Now, no, they have that. They've had that for a long time. That's pretty close to it. It's well, really like a habit, but they have. They used to have something called the vibrant jet that we basically do like that. Yeah. So I used to wear my mask. I've had a few CPAP machines, and I had, went through like every kind of mask that you could wear. And the thing is, in the United States, you can't just go buy this machine. It's considered a medical device. So you have to get it prescribed. So I've been to the sleep studies. I've had multiple sleep studies done um, to get prescribed this. And when I wear it at night, I've been to at the clinic. So you just spend the night. Oh, that's another thing. They put all these sensors on you. Yeah, yeah, and then they have like a microphone.
Okay, you even more.
I could not stand. I was up like most of the night with all the equipment on. You can't turn over. It's just very difficult. Anyway, so I would wear a sleep mask at the beginning, and I would find in the middle of the night, or in the morning, I would wake up and I wouldn't have it on. And it was just like in the middle of the night, subconsciously, I would just rip this thing off because it was scary. It was almost like it was scary subconsciously. So I haven't worn it and in water, like distilled water.
That is like rare to have with like bubble trailer outside, like not bubble air. They like or whatever. So like now this would be like a crazy, crazily good idea. Uh, like you build that like little whatever the girl's name is from SpongeBob Sandy and like your little dome. You have like a little dome over like a vacuum mask that like gives you oxygen and like or whatever.
I'd be down with that. They make bubbles for people, but you know that's a little
So
over
you
the
can get a sleep apnea bubble.
They need to have themselves protected. But so I used to wear this mask, but then I heard about a device that they can implant in you that allows you to sleep without needing a mask. And so ever since I've heard of that, I just figured, you know what, when I make it, I'm just gonna get one of those because I cannot wear this fucking. I do not like it. I wear it on occasion, but every time I do, I can't wear it through the night. And then it just I'm full of cords and tubes and shit, and I can't stand it. So um, I I just want a little device implanted in me that regulates my breathing. And then there are other issues like like if you have a deviated septum, it can cause you to not be able to breathe as well. Anyway, sleep has always been something that I. Well, here's the funny thing too. So I would wear this mask, and then I wouldn't sleep very well at night. And then it had an app connected to it that would tell you how you slept the next day. And it was an insult to me. I would awake to this notification as I'm like trying to like sleep, and it would be like, "You didn't sleep well last night." I'd be like, "No fucking shit, I didn't sleep well last night." And it would piss me off. Um, the company that makes it is called Red. That's the one that I would. They're the big one. Yeah, and they would basically remind you that you didn't sleep well. And it's like that's not the kind of notification that I want. But it was cool. It would give you like a graph of how you slept throughout the night. So this snoo does the same thing, and I like to look at the parents who are really proud of their kids, who their kids sleep for like 8 hours, and that's really good. And then there are other parents who can see like their kids up all the time, and I find that interesting as well. So I don't know. I just like the name of the product as well. It was made by a pediatrician, I believe. And I think they marketed it very well. Snoop. It's $1,500. And then on top of that, I think it's like $100 a month to get the data from your phone. But basically, it from what I hear from parents, it's a lifesaver. Like if they can afford it, they absolutely do, and they pass around these snooze once their kids grow out of them. Like they're golden because you got to think you're a parent. You can only get so much sleep, and you're limited already for like $1,600. The child will sleep.
People pay with people pay with time in the middle. Right?
Exactly. And the snoo does that. So I'm a snoo salesman. Shout out to snoo, but shout out to the
I did $2,000 a year.
exactly. Um, yeah, well, I think the snoo is pretty awful. Anyway, why did we get on snoo? It had to do with like Hulu. Oh yeah, like Hulu, Voodoo, snoo. Voodoo, that's a winner. Now, Nuktuk, or what is it? A Nuktuk?
That's good.
A Nukshuk?
Got the U pick, toothpick.
That one's a winner. No. Think about that one. That we could save 10,000 people at least in the United States alone from injuries and like 8,000 hospital visits, and then on top of that,
It's sponsored by personal. They get sponsored by personal injury lawyers.
no, they wouldn't.
Words.
They would not want you to have it.
LA.
No, they would not want you to have it.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, we'd have to price this thing at cheaper than what a toothpick is, and toothpicks are like dirt cheap. But
No.
yeah, but that's not what.
A life-saving device.
Yeah, but that's not what
Pay premium for safety.
But personal injury lawyers don't like that. They like injuries, which is probably one of the
Yeah, I
reasons.
know.
But just so imagine, I know I've said it, but just imagine whatever they make that candy of a
That could
candy.
be part of a personal injury lawyer named Dusty Baker. $1,000 for your pick injury, or do you want to spend it?
Well, here's the thing: you would sell it to restaurants. Exactly. You would sell it to restaurants generally, but the key about it is that it would just need to break it. It would just automatically break in.
Made out of styrofoam.
No,
Hey,
styrofoam is bad for the environment. So it's still-
we're using styrofoam.
Okay, styrofoam though, we want to avoid that. It's literally just whatever they make candy canes out of. That type of convection and no taste. Does that make sense? And it's known as the Yupik toothpick. And you know what? So here's the thing: when you buy the Yupik toothpick, all the proceeds go to the Yupik people. The Nookshuk people, that goes to the Inuit people and anybody else in that. And but the Yupik, you know how like people think of candy cane to be like a winter
All
thing?
the profits, all the profits go to
I like I like it. All of these are great ideas, Big Dog. And you watch in the future, people will be like, Rabbi and Riser were talking about that 50 years ago, when they finally have toothpicks that don't have taste, that don't hurt people.
people are going to watch this stream like, wow, we're basically watching like Justin Baker.
1,000%. One. Isn't that fascinating that the high five did not have a name until 1980?
Kentucky Baker.
We're done. In
The
1977.
foul ball. The foul ball.
Wouldn't that have been hilarious if actually the first home run that had a high five was actually not a written?
7 years later after the
Yeah. But you know what would happen is whoever discovered that would high five the person afterwards.
that's what started being like there's becoming foul and
Who's your favorite stand-up comedian? Oh yeah, I do. Is he really? Who's your favorite stand-up comedian with a special?
I don't know if I have like a specific favorite as there it's like different flavors or I have to like it's hard to compare us like other like I like them.
But
Alright, Gogo, already so I don't give all that. You know what that is?
no one knows that.
Most people know who he is. Getting stuff with that.
Yeah, but that's a Patreon show. How do you spell the last name?
More like hot pepper tail.
Okay, which one of the
Hot punch.
not punch? Which one of his specials is your favorite?
The one on that side. It's like basically like
Is it religion, sex, and a few things in between? Or live without fear?
now it's a recent one.
Is it live without fear?
It's not that much.
Is it Roy Scovel try stand up for the first time? Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Very cool. Who else do you like? DJ Miller? Yeah, okay, I know this guy. He's from Silicon Valley, right?
listen to. I was living in my started that news material like all the time. A lot more people reading it. Or, you know, already started doesn't do it. Every
I love it. Dude, we need to talk about the fighter and the kid. You know what I'm referencing? Yeah, we talked about that. You know what I'm referencing? Dude, yes, it's a Reddit or a podcast. It's a podcast with the number one person who's ever been on Joe Rogan Experience. That's Brendan Schwab, Brendan Shaw, and then number two, that's Brad Count. And people on Reddit shoot on these people so much. It is so funny, and there's a whole thing go to it. I got really into it the last week. I even the lowest ranked stand up in the history of IMDb. Got a 1.7. His he only has two specials. One that was on Showtime that was the lowest one in global on IMDb, which is 1.7, and the second one is just went right to and everybody just made fun. And the Reddit people,
I actually just came up with the
what's your idea, Big Dog?
There's a like the similar like I was thinking games for I don't know like terrible there real guys sorry sorry to interrupt your podcast even though I'm really a lot of in my geometry yesterday using leverage uh database platform that is so I mean you should do it like you should do it start on that there's already games to it like this like 30 seconds of the song careless
Yeah, name that tune.
runs out
Name that.
careless
No, I fucking know it. Name that tune. The name of that genre game.
I very got version online.
Yeah, but you gotta. The reason why that's difficult is because all of that is copyrighted music. Okay, here's one for you. I got a good one. You ready for this? It uses archive.org. It uses archive.org, the Wayback Machine, basically. Gives you a random website. Hold on. Let me finish. You're over here jumping the gun. It gives you a website. I know you do. So it's like you tell me that I did. All right. I really think though this would be interesting, and there's enough data to be able to do it. You get a random web page, and you have to say what year, based on the design of the web page, it was created. a fun game.
I was gonna be like, I don't know, website called or something.
That could work too. That could work too. But okay, so then
In the contents of the page.
yeah, you only see the contents of the page. Then you get multiple choice to be able to say what the website is.
Yeah, that's the key result.
Right. Both are kind of cool ideas, and they're like GeoGuessr for the digital world.
And I like how that was database. Yeah, you can whatever else.
Right. All right. What about Hoodoo's sick as fuck, man. That whatever.
Especially what it's for Hoodoo itself.
Exactly.
Like a magical rock hanging on a Euclid. God.
That's different. But imagine sucking on a you click while doing Hoodoo, watching and listening to Hoodoo while playing with your Nuckshot spinner.
I fully told that the nutshell seems like I mean combined audio, visual, and thing, but oh, it's the art, really.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's already been used for years in the sense like the camera industry. Basically, you can make their toys vibrate if you give them money.
Like physical ASMR.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just haptic feedback.
I'm not sure haptic.
Depends on what you want, how good. Looks like. Dude, how much are haptic?
I'm gonna
The answer is like about $5,000. That's for 250 VR titles. No, apologies. Prices for haptic gloves are $50 to $100. $50 to $1,000.
I guess that's different kind of that's used for like video games that will have like called the white dots the movement not really into like architecture really physical.
The
I
haptic
was gonna I think the progress of virtual reality the progress of virtual reality progress
AI much more advanced.
the progress of virtual reality has been
Sucks.
very
It sucks. The reason why it sucks is no one cool uses it. There are several issues. No, he's not cool. Anything he touches turns to shit. People don't like him, and I understand why. Because he's considered like this person who stole this technology and then just buys companies and doesn't come up with anything. He bought Instagram. He bought WhatsApp. He bought whatever became the whatever. Um, he bought all these companies. He doesn't innovate. Look, I have Oculus Quest. Okay, so I used one. I have one and used it, and it's really great. It's just I have to make adjustments to it to make it what I felt a usable product. So, like, what did I do? This is a big one. The power adapter, or like where the power goes in. They have a hardwired. I don't know if it's hardwired, but it's like a normal USB cord that you have for like USB. It needs to have a magnetic attachment because the chances are you're moving your head around and stuff, and that little area becomes loose and bruised. So I made mine with a magnetic detachment. So if I accidentally hold on the cord, it wouldn't yank the device. Another thing is battery times aren't very good, and that's why I put the magnetic uh, cord. But when I did that, I could be in that fucking world for 8 hours, and I would just go by. I would just look at websites and like videos and stuff. There weren't any good games because the processing power sucked. And then on top of that, you have
an entire computer into like kind of with not like gaming.
that's what you need.
Processing the game like
Well, that's the other Oculus, which I used. My friend had it, and it was amazing. I played games in that, and that was amazing. But you had all kinds of core connections.
how that's like separate on it in the process your desktop.
Yeah, you can like lightsaber. We played Star Wars with it. We also played, and the Star Wars was really cool. It was totally immersive. You forgot where you were. It was phenomenal. It was truthfully phenomenal. It, yeah, agreed. So
Which is why I'm like, I don't know why I'm taking off as hard.
well,
A lot better.
like the version I um the Apple whatever they call it, what do they call it? Vision Pro. They fucked up with that. They should have just called it the IC or the I whatever. All their shit is I. It should have just been I. They don't know how to market their shit to save their asses. Or at least perfect. That's great. That would have been wonderful. That would have been really cool. And theirs is 10 times as much as Facebook's. I mean, nobody's gonna pay that money. Nobody's gonna pay $3,000 for that machine unless you're a super Apple fan. The price needs to come down.
Built for that one's not even built for the
Right. It's just to be an immersive experience. People want to get it, and so it's important that these things have meaning. So the thing that changed it, which was amazing, is porn. That's how you can be in that thing for 8 hours. It's very immersive. It makes it feel like I still think about what the chicks look like.
you have to do the TLC one, that thing.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. I was in a hot tub of cream milk. It was amazing. And you
I
look.
could be in here. 8 hours flew by. Like what the?
That's what I just said. Exactly. Um, yeah. And, the controllers were okay. But at least with the one that was connected to a computer, you just had too many wires. The whole thing needs to be wired. And once you're able to do that, well, and then you need to have things to do it. And you need to be able to interact with it. It's just like an early version of the internet. And, actors and artists weren't really using the internet in the very early days. But when they started to do it, a lot more people jumped in. And that's going to be the same for um, these types of technologies. Now, there's something that I had 10 years ago. It's called Google Cardboard. Have you ever seen this? Where you just take your phone and put it in. It was literally made out of cardboard, like a thing, so that it just went right up to your eyes and was phenomenal. That allowed you to see the world. It basically gave you an Oculus Quest or a Vision Quest, whatever the fuck it is, Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, it's still an app that you can do. It's called Google Cardboard, and it just makes it so that it splits your screen in two, put it right up to your eyes, and it allows you to see like, like double.
And help you for your life.
Well, it's the same. It's it's basically the same thing as what a Vision Pro is or a Oculus.
So it's an app that makes your phone so this less.
So
Because they sold it's like
no. They put out cardboard. You make it out of cardboard, or you could buy a holder.
they the other part.
Yeah, yeah, you could download it. Exactly.
You had to download it.
Yeah, the blueprint they gave it to you. So it's discontinued, but Google Cardboard is a discontinued virtual reality platform by Google, aimed for its fold-out cardboard viewer into which a smartphone is inserted. The platform was intended at a low cost to encourage at a low cost to encourage interest in VR applications. Users either build their own viewer from simple low-cost components to specifications published by Google or purchase a pre-manufactured one. Use the platform to users with cardboard, for example, mobile apps on their phone. And I had both. I had the cardboard. It was at least 10 years ago, and this is 4 years ago. But it was very Google Earth, and like look around the Earth, and I just thought that was the coolest shit.
That try VR.
Yeah, I did that too. That was cool. That was cool. Yeah. No, I just did like Google Street View in like famous places in the world. No, but it was close. It was good enough.
If there was like super HD photograph,
Yeah, I mean, once you get to 8K on a display, that's better than the human eye can discern. So we're really close to it. So basically, once you make something 8K, you can't tell the difference between reality and a digital display. would be like an Nvidia kind of company. It'd be bigger than Spotify. People would spend. People would just run it in the
Bigger
back.
than what? You think it's bigger than music?
Yes,
I don't feel like it's.
yes, it's bigger than music because you could you. Well, I mean, it's something that people would need on their televisions and on their computers all the time, and you could sell the software or not, but people would rent the software, basically a pay-as-you-go model. But there could be a free version of it that integrates advertising, and you can sell advertising. Now, I know you're going to say, well, isn't that going to take people out of the element? Yeah, that's why they pay for the premium.
Same model as Spotify.
Exactly. Except Spotify,
The ASMR market is like by music, drag, uni.
right now,
The ASMR is valued at 1.4 billion in 2022.
with this type of software.
Right? Were you surprised that the current market is that
Um, well, here's the thing. How is,
Rogan and podcast itself has a market?
yeah, but how are they getting that data? So what I'm saying is, like, I see people on TikTok all the time doing ASMR, or on YouTube, or on Twitch. But is that money really in the ASMR, going to ASMR activity? No, that's just going to the popularity of these different apps. So I probably think ASMR is probably closer to $20 billion or so. I think it's more than what's being currently. Um,
Like,
all of it, but if you were to ask a middle-aged person on the street, you know what ASMR is, then it's too wordy. People don't know what that is. It needs a better name. Let's come up with a name. Gotta rhyme. Yeah. ASMR is too wordy. It's more letters. It's more syllables. It's too much. All right, so let's just go to ChatGPT and do a bunch of stuff. No, I think the term ASMR is too wordy. I bet you agree. Can you come up with 50 ideas that rhyme, like, or come close to rhyming, like smooth move or something like that, that could be ASMR alternatives? Smooth groove, that's a cool one. I like smooth groove.
pretty interesting. Or do you want to rename all of the marks through?
Yeah,
That is multiple
two. I know it's not just going to be one, but it rhymes and it's two. That's perfect. You can't have something that rhymes with just one syllable. Tingle jingle.
I don't think it's
No, it doesn't. How about tingle jingle? How about chill, slow glow, shush rush, moan tone, pillow willow, snooze crew, muffle shuffle, dust huff, crinkle tinkle, slow glow. I like smooth groove, but that doesn't rhyme perfectly. If it's going to rhyme, I want it to rhyme perfectly. What hush, whisper, twist, glide inside. I like the idea of tingle. That's ASMR. Tingle. What are 26 words that rhyme with tickle? Tinkle, tingle, tingle, mingle, tingle, tingle. There's a bunch of them. Um, tingle, mingle. So instead of calling it ASMR, you just call it tingle, mingle. It's still four syllables, but they rhyme. Tingle, mingle.
just not a word that is
I think that's because nobody really knows. It's not like there's not a perfect phrase that summarizes, but there could be. Why couldn't it be Tingle Mingle? What don't you like about Tingle Mingle? ASMR, I apologize, I need to interrupt. ASMR is too scientific a term. It needs something to be marketable.
whatever. I mean, add or down.
Yeah, okay, but that's a little too NSFW.
Using something with another. Now, how many times larger than ASMR?
Compared to the what? Toothpick market? What is the entire thing of the toothpick market?
Well, that's ASMR. Like 6 billion.
Yeah, I bet the toothpick market is a Philly.
Wow, good guess. It is because I got 2 points, like more than 0.65 billion. I didn't know that for all of it.
Hold on, you're not including all of the stirrers and the little swords. All of that is
Apparently, what I'm looking at is like 8 billion. Like,
yeah, but you're not including stirrers and the little swords. You can even include
Stirrers are not, stirrers are not too.
I'm including that though. I'm saying all that plastic waste and stuff. That's plastic waste. And so you can get the environmental people behind this, which is whatever they make candy canes out of, or not candy canes, but that confection, whatever, without any flavor.
I don't agree.
It's waste. It's plastic waste.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't know why you're changing it.
Well, because then you get into, the little sword for garnishes.
The hors d'oeuvre thing then
It's a little sword that you see in the drink. It has like maraschino cherries on it, like orange pieces. Just
I don't know where you're talking.
look up the phrase cocktail.
Oh, okay,
Those, all that shit out of stuff that you can consume.
yeah,
It's $1 billion idea. Nothing crazy. But you know how like there was just a big push for paper straws and stuff? Nobody goes after that stuff. We go after that stuff by instead of whatever you make it into whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavoring. All right, you ready for this one? This is a great idea. Are you ready? Hot dog straws.
where don't
No, I think that hot dogs should not be shaped the way that they are because they're a choking hazard, a major choking hazard. So what you do is you put a little hole in the middle of all the hot dogs. Well, if you swallow a piece of hot dog, like a baby or a child or something, and it normally is the cylindrical shape of your esophagus, which causes you to not be able to breathe, or of your windpipe, causes you to get trachea. It doesn't allow you to breathe. But if there's a little hole in it, you can breathe. It's the same reason why they put the little hole in a pen cap. You ever seen like a big pen that hasn't changed in like 60 years? The reason why there's a little hole at the top of the on the cap is so that if you swallow it, you can breathe. Or not swallow it, but if it goes down your windpipe, you can breathe.
but the tank cap anywhere near the side, it's not going to plug up your
It used to kill children. It used to kill children. That's why they had to put the hole in it. So look, let's look at death from hot dogs a year. How many people die from hot dogs a year? You're welcome. How are you?
on server.
Oh, I mean, all kinds of servers. What's good in your neck of the woods?
It's just, I was, well, he's actually talking.
Absolutely. How are you? Yeah, so I heard you guys saying how sex and I looked in how muscular I am. But it happens so often that I have to ignore those types of compliments.
Really
Okay.
like, we were trying to like let you know that like something was happening, and just like when you show up, so there's
Okay, so that's on that mobile device. So I don't really pay attention. I'm live right now in half a dozen Discords, including my own, including Indian Boston Discord, Socialized Discord, Fish Tank Discord. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
no, no,
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 5 days a year for book. I've been doing so for more than 2.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. A or Y. Have either of you seen the movie Showtime or the television?
I've seen both, and I've
Well, then you are very well apprised of what I do. Essentially, have my entire life on camera. I do this because I want peace in the world. It gives me time to be able to discuss peace. Additionally, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I know why I can make all your dreams come true. I want to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your family become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations around the world. How does that sound? Yes. I talk about other things that are going to help the world when I go viral. Things like ending will cover the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse and saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. And it's not a Harry Potter Obama sound effect. I know that's a whole lot of words. But essentially, it's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to improve people's lives. I want to continue those kinds of projects. I'm also a major advocate for the Life Sharp program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump good seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. How's that sound? Excellent.
actually.
Very. So
I like it.
you can watch it.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
3 years.
More than years. Absolutely.
So what inspired you?
Oh, great question. I was in the middle of the pandemic, and after work, well, like normally I would go to work every day, but I started working remotely, and I was able to have the opportunity to play golf. I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So I started recording on the golf swing, and sometimes I would hit the ball with a slice or a hook, and I would make some funny jokes to myself. And I thought, you know, my friend in the future, if I ever have a wife and children. And so I started doing that every day after work. And I became more comfortable just working remotely on camera. And then I ended up very soon thereafter starting to live stream it because it was taking me too long to upload. And then I realized that I was become so comfortable on camera that I didn't really mind being on camera all the time. And it was an interesting opportunity for me to create essentially a vlog for the world. For the past few would have created a diary or a journal, and instead of doing that, I just created basically a virtual diary, a virtual journal, or digital diary, or digital journal. And then soon thereafter, purchased like, like 33 different devices and started with them 360 degrees, and I have perfected. Thank you. Oh, I love doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm able to connect with cool people like you and Ryzen from all over the world. And I am able to essentially create the world's largest time capsule or the world's largest timeline for human events. And I think this will be extremely valuable for the world in the future, especially because not only will they be able to connect with a person whenever they want, 24 hours a day, but that entire archive is available to the world. We'll be able to learn from it. We've never had so much human data archived from one individual globally. People will be able to study biometric aspects of my life, biological aspects of my life, things like my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythms, my socially, every aspect of the human can be studied from this. And I think that may be very beneficial in the future.
That's true. So,
So
uh,
thank
uh, it's like uh, it's like like I'm looking through your server, like the channels and stuff.
you.
It is a great archive stuff.
No, these are just different categories of which I have interest. So I'm a well-rounded person in my ability, and in the future, when this server goes viral and my content goes viral, I know that I'm going to have people who have interest in all these activities, and I'm going to have a place to be able to discuss. If you, on the
Flickr.
absolutely, I mean that's a major part of sharing it. If you click on the chat of all of them, it has a little description of what each of them are. If you're not familiar.
Oh wow. Quite the, right. Because I was thinking, dude, one time, say, it's, next thing for the, next we have releases. Is it, okay, what is it? So,
Description.
like, catalog. Uh,
We have this one, but the one
yeah, yeah, like,
yeah, but even lower than that. Like those have some. Those are really for. I have bots in there where you can play all kinds of music. But it's really referencing, I think, where it has. Like, if you go to the Reddit one, look at the Reddit one. It's a text channel. It's everything you ever want from Reddit. It has different categories of Reddit, including sports, technology, news. You can check that out. It's basically the front page of the internet. Right
oh,
Which ones?
Oh, I wish I could tell you that I work directly in the banking aspect of the family. We're a big family. There are 2,000 of us in the United States of America. So we have quite a few different professions.
Is it one whole
Well, I mean, we generally all have our beginnings going back to Germany.
family? What the fuck? The you don't even have like why can't you live in your house?
It doesn't work that way. It-
30K. They have like a point million amount of dollars. And I had to get my fees.
Okay, that's fine.
First class.
Didn't want somebody to write that. Somebody probably just figured me with that. No, I don't. I don't remember like that. Somebody probably just figured me. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't see it. Oh,
yeah. It was like last, let's say, um, June, last July.
oh, I see. Oh, yeah, it's just standing on the shit. That's not.
I mean, I get people coming here and staying. I can always control it. But yeah,
Are you also a rabbi too in church?
I don't have a church, but I do have. I am a member of multiple communities, and yes, Rabbi means teacher. I made smicha, which is a bit for ordination, about 4 years ago.
This is a very interesting thing that I
That's thing. What is it? Yeah, I'll probably read all the things, making me wait. I haven't looked at those in obviously quite some time.
did. Like, um, and, and, so what did you make these like voice checks? Like, nothing touched us for history.
Um, well, usually I get spammed with kind of garbage that you've seen.
Uh,
So if I allow people to have the text channel aspect of it, then they spam.
oh, I see.
They spam them in every single chat. No,
Also,
no,
so
I
like
don't.
super rich. I just have so the super rich restaurant. Is that like part of like your family?
Yeah,
Would you
where
get like an inheritance from them at all?
uh, that's a personal question. I'm not going to answer this time.
Okay, that'd be bangers. $1 million.
That's what you
Oh, dude, he's like, all this stuff.
was one of the pictures. This one's really kind of like to like get like a
You guys have any other questions? Yeah. Okay, well, you're always welcome here whenever you want. And just have to make your acquaintance. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my goodness. So, I'm sorry, this is my first time I found out this student doing good work. I mean, like, a good job or just a good job.
Well, fortunately, I've been able to somewhat stay involved. I'm a certified project management professional, so if I need to make any money, I'm able to just by completing projects. But I do have savings for my career. I've launched apps and I'm starting to hopefully. Joy last night, I shoot as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as far east as the desert and the mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, down from Los Angeles, basically everywhere in Southern California. I mentioned Hoodoo. Uh, yeah, I should say that the desert, mesas, hoodoos, and youths of the world, theology, and oh, no, oh, that's a secret. That's a secret. Yeah, it's just
Oh, you already did.
no. I have one chance. I've been very successful.
Oh, yeah, that's
That's okay.
This would be like the last of the guy,
oh, so like,
like if Roadcast River and automated with, you know, so it's like big canvas and like a street.
which one's you guys? Is that like, no, is that like food or
Google it, like, yeah, have to figure out like,
what do you guys do?
yeah, man,
Actually, that's
actually nothing. Nothing over,
then like road signs. Wait, am I thinking of a different game? No, that's correct. But I'm talking about the fact from third and we're playing that. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. You would be cool. Well, yeah. Young device. You gotta know your rights. You gotta put in the work, start to the plan. And social boots. Actually, be like a black screen. Where you are. Yeah, you have to. I don't think that. Like, like, actually, like, getting right, not just such a yeah, normal. Yeah, you know, such a person, like, based on how far away you can get from the location. So, you're close to the other person. So, very unlikely that before. Okay. All right, well, I don't see I don't see the appeal of like personally I personally I don't see the appeal like that for I said I think like a black screen. Oh, really?
No, that's not how it works. Why, Riser, are you explaining it that way? No, you would be able to. That's garbage, man. That's, that's not the idea. Of anything you would be able to see. No, of any. No, that's not the idea. Of anything, it would show
That is
you.
the idea.
Dog, that's the idea sucks.
You literally were discussing this.
That was a joke. That was a joke. 2/3 of it would be darkness. That was a joke. I think.
Oh, and then I said, yeah, we want the game to be realistic. Yeah, two-thirds of the game is guessing the dark. That's what real life fucking rainbow.
That's a terrible idea.
I'm just trying to make a realistic game, and then we're trying to block.
I mean, that's like doing Google Street View at night. That's what.
Exactly. It's doing like, but it should be in the
That, okay.
I was going to get a thing.
Oh, I don't understand. Realistic. I just think like it's realistic, but like Tarkov, like Tarkov something. Like, just Tarkov, you have to do yourself realistic. It's realistic. All of realistic. Shot my arm, like chance my arm.
am I like realistic? You're in a fucking place. That's not how people. It does not start. I think people start so that hospitals realize working on this.
You guys really haven't played a lot of energy. Biogas are currently on as a yeah, that is my ideal, completely realistic one. There's no safe stuff. There's no blocked area. There's no time only. It's like blocked every corner. But,
I think a lot of I'm like starting off like how because that's how you guys where are you? Right? You know, I was put into like an actual field and then like Africa and it's surrounded by zebras and I was like fucking like too high. And oh, I'm like a zebra and how would I do that? Oh, where am I? Wait, sick.
yeah, no, that's the point. So, you can't do that. That's not the idea. That's where you are. You can walk through like a remote it is awesome, yeah. You're in the dark. It's fun. Yeah. Honestly, I'm thinking of group information.
Oh, don't worry.
No, no. I am working on a patch file that is black.
Oh yeah.
It's black mode and it's a real floor mode.
You're good.
You're like, where like,
Yeah. Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch. Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch.
I know why Joe Rogan popular, right? You want to know why?
Why is that, dog?
Joe
Why?
Rogan.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh, pitch black.
why wouldn't you call it realistic geocaching?
Oh yeah, I didn't know he was talking about the black. No, of course, day for night vision.
Oh, so you're like, Robbie, do you know anything like that about that?
I don't know who Rabbi is, but Rabbi, what am I supposed to do? But perhaps just through advertising. Yeah, just in a little in the corner have like banner ads scrolling, and then you just
We're on one. Yeah, that's how you make.
No, it's
I ran Robbie corporate porn. Why is your name?
I think I would. I think I. You know what? Kind of pulled off. An app for. Oh yeah. You can play blind. Remember that? Yeah.
I'll do it.
Interesting. Rabbi, who do you think has
Definitely rap.
I'll send you a. You can send it in the server.
Right?
No, no.
Okay. Your other network or yeah. 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 I was saying,
Send it. Oh my god. It's like, this is it's real. Name of like the area.
Oh, that's what it sounded like.
It's really, dude. Let's talk about that. You know what the number one children 3 and younger in North America is? like look this up. You know, how to prevent it. I love the idea. I love the branding. Taco hot dog. Yeah, anybody can market it. Maybe I have my own marketing agent. Anybody can. Deal.
About the Taco hot dog, I can't remember. That's
That's okay. Hot dog straw.
or you get them at the hot so
Would you?
or
You did it here so much. Um, we like, so, like there's one game that he and I are basically equal in, and like never. Yeah, play me in there. Okay. And he is here like 6 times a night, and I know you're like, oh, where is he now? I think he was in here earlier, and he's in the gym right now. He's been doing the gym, which is fine. I'm good. See,
not this hard.
okay, I'll play good music. Well, I'm not listening to that hard. Dude, that was amazing. Dude, that was a good round. It is crazy. That's a good one. It was just me beating you. I mean, you're just playing. All right, play. I okay. I have this thing that I do. With, when we first started playing, you know what country I chose? Uh, Australia. Just to piss them off. Australia, just to piss them off. And, and I and he would get pissed off about it. So then I used to call myself with this fucking heads. And he's like, you can't be Australia. I'm Australia. Okay, fine. So then uh, they don't have the U.S. is too easy, and they don't have Israel. So I would choose Wales because they have a dragon on their flag, and it's like available choice. And I do this to piss them off. Whenever I'm about to score, I ask, dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? He's like, just do it. And then I fucking score on it every single time. And if I do choose to be Australian, sometimes I say, dude, do you know what the thunder from down under is? He's just like, just do it. And I fucking score on it. I'm so hard on him, and when I say that, I mean it. If you ever see this in the future, I talk so much smack, and oh, dude, okay, so I beat him 20 games in a row, and after each win, I would interview him. Here we are on the three of the fifth hole with Zoot. Zoot, I'm here with Fox Sports. You want to just get in the mind of such a terrible dog shit mini golf player. What's going through this feel like? I'm a terrible player. I don't know. If you played, and these weren't we like sometimes tied. No, these were 20 straight wins where he did not hit.
So he probably wins more when I like it.
I think so. Because you and I like are always water bumping each other. What else do we play?
I don't know how he literally just
Yeah. Um, we play. Okay, so we play Ocho. He loves that game. He absolutely loves Ocho. We play cool, and he is. I'm terrible. I've played. It's my worst game I've been in. Um, um,
one where you're just marching robots now because it's
yeah, we play that one all the time. That's Blitz. We play that one all the time. We play mini golf, of course. We play one.
so that game I don't like about my friends like stop my box and I'm always like oh you know my box where
To be honest, I was not paying attention to who played. He got literally every good letter. He got the C, he got the Q or the X, he got all the S's, all the blank tiles. It was a perfect storm, but it was bound to happen. And I wanted to. I had won over 100 games. There he is. Speak of Zoo. How are you, Phil? Zoo. We did. Zoo, are you ready to play some mini golf? That's what
I was just saying
he was just saying.
that it's pretty awful. Sometimes I'm not my stroke. It's like
That's cool.
you watch yeah,
So he heard us talking about it. That's something new.
YouTube. You
We didn't say anything bad. We liked you. I did tell him about what you heard. I did tell him about interviewing you. Hey, sir, you come here. There you go. And then I made that shot out of 10. I know. I didn't really know what to do.
Possible like this,
Yeah, but you got the bounce. I'm so glad Jutsu. Um, Riser kind of has an interesting shot. Which way are you gonna go?
what is that?
What is what?
What is what? Well,
Dog. Expert in this game. What? I don't even know. Great shot, dude. Dude,
So bad we're gonna do it. I have to make this and I will.
you're not gonna be good.
I will.
You're only 1 point behind. I think you went behind me. Or not behind. Where I got
So this.
So you're only one.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Right there.
that was the zero. Oh,
Get my ball. Get my ball. Perfect. Dude, you're the man. You're the man. You're the man. How's it doing?
it's market cap.
All right. You are 1% owner, $200 on your investment, right? Okay. Are you gonna sell?
Oh,
Right? Why didn't you make it?
oh, I thought I was gonna be a whole point from.
in front of you. You're
That's great.
Okay. Workout regimen? Did you go to the what that's where I said I thought you were was at the gym. You can go to the gym like all the time.
Yeah. 6 days away.
Riser wanted to know for
And Monday, Tuesday.
Riser wanted to know for the library or the bookstore.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a movie. Okay. What WTF was that? Dude, this school is honest. Get it, Zoot. I'm making this.
It's gosh.
Get it.
Harder.
If you need harder. Looks like I just. Dude, I beat Riser for you in darts. Oh. Oh, you quit? Anyway, neither of us scored. Neither of us scored. That doesn't make me mad at all. It actually is easier. I don't have to wait. Great shot.
On.
Are you serious, my ball? On. No, he quit. Quit. No way you do that. Hit my ball.
On.
No, he's here. He thought he was being cool. Stop making. But he didn't realize none of us scored on the. It wasn't going to be a game either. Oh, by the way, Riser.
One.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't play this one. Don't play this one. No. I know. It defaulted to two people, but it's just the but don't play that.
Microsoft because here attack.
Except he sucks at this hole. He always hits the wall and then hits the car. Oh, good job.
7 up.
No, that's a good.
That's an 8.
Well, they do not always ponder whether it's possible to have a hole in one on a hole. Oh no.
It is.
How are you, Z Dubes?
You should get a hope. No?
point, you know, there's you cannot get that for
Z, how are you? Welcome.
you
Like,
I trans like that shot. Yeah, it's a tough one.
fuck, bro. Charlie, always going that way. Yeah, that was the right. Got some good going
I have the best show. I'm gonna get home. Ready? Told you I'm about to get home. It was
better than
Riser. Riser needs one of the best shots of his career. Oh, close. Uh, I have great tire. I'm like in the top 4,000 people in the world. And
but there's only
if you play rank, it tells you what you're.
there's only 20,000
There are way more than